Test. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. You hear me in YouTube land. Hello.
Makes me too bad. Ridiculous. I'm resisting.
And okay, we're live.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. This is Wednesday, July 12th, 2023. My name is Marcia Calloway. I'm currently serving as chair. I'm joined in alphabetical order by board members Roger Arnold, Mary Layton, the vice chair, Priscilla Vincent. I always do that backwards. And Pamela Smith. But it's a challenge. It's okay. And the interim town manager, Brennan Duffy. This meeting is being held in the Tracy Hall meeting room by Zoom with CATV Jam broadcasting live on YouTube. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv, and they're also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Brennan is monitoring admission to our Zoom platform. Please be aware that no one will be admitted unless we can see a name displayed. Full name, please. Before we begin, I'd like to just take a moment to mark the sad events of this past week, including the tragic loss of a young police officer in Rutland and the devastating floods that have affected so many of our neighbors and other towns in Vermont. We are grateful to our police, fire, and other emergency responders, and thankful that Norwich survived the recent storms with relatively little harm. Now, to get through our full agenda, we're going to ask the following of ourselves and all of you. Please focus your remarks so that we can understand the concerns expressed in the most time-efficient manner. Speak clearly and loudly so that everyone can hear what is being said, and refrain from sidebar conversations which can impair concentration and everyone's ability to hear what's going on. Members of the public who are attending in person and who are recognized by the chair to speak, please come up to the table in front of us so that remote participants can both hear and see you. For remote public questions or comments through Zoom, please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. For questions or comments through the telephone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized by the chair. I will monitor Zoom to acknowledge participants who wish to speak, and we will reach everyone who wants to comment. The order will generally be select board members and then members of the public attending in person, and then people participating remotely through Zoom. Consistent with our rules of procedures adopted in March of this year, the chair may request or suggest commenters conclude remarks within 3 minutes. Finally, a reminder that our agenda is divided into sections. Comments about a particular topic on the agenda should be offered during that section of the agenda, and for items not on the agenda, I will invite comments limited to 3 minutes. So with that, the first item is the agenda. We have some proposed changes to the agenda tonight. Under informational items, we have an additional item for an update on recent weather events and flooding. For item number 6, I just wanted to ask the board, I couldn't find Roger's draft for the RFP in the packet. I did find it in paper form, and I don't know if anyone has it. If we're prepared to discuss it tonight, or if we want to table it again. And if we do, I would suggest that for homework, that anyone who wants to work on this submit a redraft for the July 26th packet. Any ideas about that?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Is something?
Yeah, it came out at an earlier meeting. It was in an earlier packet.
Oh, another notebook that doesn't fit in my bag.
Okay. Hold that thought. I'll come back to you. Item 9 needs to be tabled as there's new information and amended figures, which will be provided for the next meeting. And I would suggest that we add a new item, item 8A, for an update on the police department personnel with an executive session regarding contracts and labor relations agreements with employees. So those are the items that I think should be amended or added to the agenda. Can we say for the informational items, does everyone agree? Yes. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to assume you agree. Item number 6, do we want to proceed with the RFP tonight, or do we want to wait?
I think we want to.
Item 9, I don't think there can be any discussion about that. We have new information, so what's in the packet isn't relevant for tonight. And item 8A, Do we all agree or not to add that particular item? That would be the update on police department personnel with an executive session regarding contracts and labor engagement.
Yeah. I agree.
One agreement? Agreement? Okay, fine. So with that, may I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
So moved by Mary. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Ralph, did you get all those changes? Yeah. Yes. Great. All right. The next thing on our agenda is the correspondence, AP warrant and minutes. First, we'll go through the minutes. We have minutes for the meetings of June 21, 27, and 28. So let's start with June 21. I would note that number 9, the dog licenses, I question the word warrant. I'm wondering if it should say that there was an action concerning delinquent dog licenses had been proposed. Anyone?
Clarify.
Please do.
Thank you.
I'm recognizing the town clerk.
Town clerk, the language in the big book of rules and the statute specifies warrant.
She issued a warrant. It was a warrant on our packet.
Got it. All right. Let's see. Pam had a question about the title was appointing and instructing personnel policy committee, and if there was a motion, it didn't get voted or the vote wasn't recorded. Does anyone else remember that?
I think Ralph looked that up and listened to the tape. I didn't have it in my notes. I didn't take notes on it, but
Okay.
I would trust Ralph on that.
Okay. Anyone else have any issues? I have one from Pam's number 5, the warrants, the movement of $8,847 was further to Joyce's memo proposing a change. That was on page 46. So I don't think it was.
It just said operating budget, and I thought we should say to the speed sign line item in the budget, which I believe is what I specified in my motion.
Okay.
Um,
So we don't need any changes to those minutes, or does anyone want to make a motion? Roger?
So there are a couple of changes. So
Okay.
agenda item 7, the motion was FY23 operating budget, was it not? Or was it FY24?
Looking at 7.
It was Arnold moves, seconded by Leighton, to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed 50,000. So there's a couple things.
For the
The motion was, I thought it was FY23, it might not have been, but I said from the FY20, I said $30,000 expended from the FY23 operating budget, I believed, and then the remainder, which was to be expended from the paving reserve fund. That was my motion. So
I believe that's.
It's mostly there, except it says paving fund. It
I mean,
doesn't say the year. It
fiscal year.
doesn't say the fiscal year.
It's pretty big. That's a pretty big thing. So either
And it was for this year, right?
I thought it was, and that was what I motioned that I had.
Because the stripping of the pavement's going to happen.
But I
any day
might-
now.
It might have been coming from the upcoming operating budget. I thought I had made a motion because I remember in the conversation from budget season where we were going to use whatever was left by 23. So if you remember,
I recall there was a split. Again, I don't have that in front of me,
With the
but
30,000.
there was some of it coming out of this year and some out of-
30,000 was in the FY24 budget for the transfer station.
so I just want to be clear
clarify.
whether or not the operating budget is for the fiscal year that is ending or is being closed out or the one that is upcoming. So that is like key detail.
My recollection is that $30,000 was budgeted in FY24 for the transfer station paving. So it should come out of FY24 because that's where it's budgeted. And then the remainder come out of the paving.
Reserve fund, yeah.
Unless we were using the bottom line.
I've got the packet here.
And I think it was it wasn't in a motion sheet, it was in the memo.
Funding, partial funding of 30,000 for this work is proposed to be used from the fiscal year 24
Okay,
operations budget.
So then,
Okay.
no, so then that's correct, Ben. The only thing was, I think I said I didn't give $16,000. I just said the remainder, but I guess that doesn't particularly matter. And then the motion for item 10 was actually this. Clayton, second, Arnold, move to direct the interim town manager and assistant town manager to review and make recommendations for town personnel policy. The interim town manager to act upon a previous motion to create an RFP for human resource support, and to ask the interim town manager to create a wage study RFP to support edits to the personnel policy. So that was the actual motion.
Could you read the last part about the RFP? The
Sure.
town manager to issue an RFP, that part,
And to ask the interim town manager to create a wage study RFP?
a wage study, because that's different from what Ralph said.
Yes, so it was the town manager act upon a previous motion to create an RFP for human resources support, and to ask the interim town manager to create a wage study RFP to support edits. To
Well, actually, it's there. Yeah,
That's what
it's
it
in a
says.
different order. Yeah, it's there.
I think this raises a larger question. Do we want motions as they are made, or motions that generally capture the essence? I don't.
I think as they're made.
So made a correction. And then item 14.
I want to know who's writing down the corrections. Mary, are you getting them? No.
I previously said this, but I can understand why it didn't get in the packet.
Well, also, Roger, it looks like I understand your question about whether, as stated, which is the proper way, but also noticing that Ralph apparently listened to the tape and did get it in there. So, and it would help if you spoke more slowly. They're great motions, but it's coming out.
Yeah.
Well thought.
I think that's great. I mean, you made the motion and I just seconded it, but
I agree with it, but when you're trying to write down the motions, it's tough, especially if they're made on the fly.
yes, I understand.
And it's also hard to come up with them and then repeat them. It's really hard to do that. So, it's sort of a work in progress, but I think the intent of it is in there at least.
Yes,
And your correction would be make it true to the way that you said it. So that's good too.
well, you had said it and this is your motion. That was unanimous.
Oh, I can't believe that's my motion.
Yeah, it was a great
Barbara
motion.
pressed that.
I seconded it.
So where does that leave us? Are we taking what's in the packet?
I would be willing to take it because it has everything in it.
Has all
I
the
intended
bits.
to be in it. So
And then item 14, this is my motion. I move to request that the interim town manager invite Living Buildings to present their recent report at a future meeting, and to do so at a time no later than 7 p.m. And then it failed for lack of a second.
That's what I'm.
That was corrected. Okay. So I apologize. So it seems like some items get corrected between meetings instead of, okay, it's fine. All right, we're
So
good.
number 7 needs to be corrected, or it's okay. Do we want to add fiscal year 24 to that? But I don't know if you actually said
back
it.
to that.
I think that's important.
I think it is too.
FY24 was part of the original motion, and I raised whether or not it was FY23. I was wrong in what I had raised, so I think it's fine. I didn't say 16,000. I said the remainder, but it doesn't.
And it does say the remainder.
Okay, so I think my corrections were made.
Except it doesn't say FY24 in the minutes, and I think that's important to specify which year,
I do too.
especially when we're on the cusp of a.
Probably just stick it in there. And amend it gracefully.
So there's a motion to, I say that there is a motion to approve the minutes of June 21 with the addition of fiscal year 24 to paragraph 7, to the motion in paragraph 7.
Are we going through all of them though? Because we also have, I think, for instance, getting Robert Cape's name correct and so forth, that Pam had picked up on a number of
It seems that they're corrected in this version. Is that right?
Okay, that's true.
So just as a general note, we made a little version control. We talked about whether or not we wanted to send corrections to Ralph and have him make them, and then that'll be good. I don't think we should do that. I think we should make them in our meeting, so that way I just wasted all of our time making corrections that were in this packet, but not part of the last meeting. And I don't even know what is real.
Originally, what we had said was if anyone had a correction when they saw the minutes, if they come out early enough, which they should, then we would send that to Miranda with, the dog ran down the street, change this please to the dog ran down the road. So that it's easy and she would make the adjustments. The question then is, does it then get written up? And that goes into the packet, I would think.
That's too confusing for me. I would prefer that we make corrections to the draft, we approve them at the meeting, and then the final minutes reflect whatever we approve. Trying to keep track of which draft we're working from and which corrections need to be made, it just gets too muddled for me.
I get it, but we're also talking about Miranda because she's the one who's actually making the final corrections, I believe, or maybe Debbie now.
It'll probably be a change over to Debbie, but right now,
So
Miranda.
go ahead, Mary.
I actually agree with Pam that we're picking them up. Pam, especially is picking them up, and it should be, I think, who notices it. And that should be a document, and the final version, might be created by Debbie or Miranda, but that should be after we approve it.
That's right.
So it's.
I was just going to offer a suggestion. So we could also have a track change version of the minutes that would show what was written and the corrections, and that would be a record of what has been changed, if that would be simple for people to understand.
I think we go back to what we've been doing for years, which is the draft comes out. If we have something we think is significant enough to bring to someone's attention, if the board agrees, it gets approved, and then it gets changed before the final is put out. Trying to keep track of different versions and when corrections are made. I don't have the time to deal with that or the mental capacity to track all this.
So I'm still struggling with how it gets to Debbie.
After we approve the changes.
Verbally?
No. The minutes.
Right, we have minutes in front of us. We say, that's not right.
When's the last time final minutes were actually updated?
I went and signed a ton of them the other day. So I think they were updated.
Usually it's several months before they're updated. So there's plenty of time for the minutes to come out and for the person who's doing the changes to see the minutes, see what was approved, make the changes to the previous minutes and get them ready for your signature.
Right, I got that, but please explain. I'm trying to make sure we all understand. When we see something in front of us at the meeting and someone wants to change something, is it just going verbally in the record? Ralph puts it in, they want to change this to this, and that's how Debbie gets it?
So just to be clear on what the old way was, I would just write to Miranda. I didn't reply. I write to Miranda with my corrections, the infrequent times that I've had it. And then she would put it in the packet, and then we would discuss the corrections as a group and then vote what needs to be done.
That's what I remember.
And so if you want to do it any other way, that is fine. I think we did do it a different way this time. I just want to know what we're doing.
Me too. So, Mary?
In general, I like Pam's idea. I noticed some of the most current minutes that I spotted a correction I wanted to make, but I wouldn't have had time to write it for the packet. So what do we do in that case? For the most recent minutes.
Brennan?
28.
Well, I guess that's a suggestion, a track change, because some people might want to change the minutes, some people might not. It's nice to have a record what was originally recorded. And then if somebody wants to say, well, I don't think that's how it should read like this. If we get a unanimous decision that yes, that's correct, then we can note that. I guess the question is, how do we make sure that the information that needs to get changed gets changed for approval at the next meeting, when those would have to come back.
Would you be willing to be the scribe? Because we want to avoid an open meeting law.
Yeah.
So if
I have a
you've
hard
got
time
enough
doing
form.
that, to be honest with you.
All right, somebody else bring, Roger, you have a computer. Would you do it?
Would you like me to do?
In the future, when we have minutes, we'll have them up on your computer and track changes, and you can just make the changes that are proposed. Then you can vote on it and send it slickly to Debbie.
So they would be,
I mean, I would do it in a short order, but I mean, we have more staff than ever, that we just need a process.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we want to do it on the fly while we're here in the meeting, that might be the most accurate way of doing it.
maybe we could try it, Roger could try it once and we could see how that works, if you like it.
Thank you, Roger.
Can I just have a question? Since I'm still feeling like such a newbie, does this mean that there are final, not draft minutes be different from anything I have in my notebook that are, somewhere?
Yes.
Oh,
They're on the website.
oh, okay.
So when we make a motion to approve draft minutes, they become final minutes. Then there is a staff process where a signature by the chair is required, and then they go in the vault. The paper copy used to go into the vault, and then it should get moved from draft to final on the website.
Okay, so my home records are really not very accurate. Okay.
I would also like to ask that my correction that I requested for number 16 in the minutes also be recorded, because there's some important dates and information that was not captured in the minutes, which is that the listers were planning to lodge the grand list with the town clerk on Friday, July 7. So I think that's an important date that should have been captured in the minutes.
No objection?
Was included in your email.
Yeah,
That's number 16.
Okay, thank you.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So
Did Ross get the cam update?
did you,
I'm recording.
Ralph, did you get the oh, wait a minute. Got it in the packet.
I'll watch the tape.
Okay. So where we've landed, Ralph, is that Roger is going to capture these changes that we're doing. And that will go directly to Debbie.
That sounds great.
Okay. All right. So based on all of those changes, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 21 with the addition, with the amended changes?
Just the 21st?
Yeah, I think that will.
Time?
Yeah.
Okay. I move to approve the minutes of June 21st.
Mary. Do we have a second?
With corrections?
Oh, that's amended, sorry. Thanks, Pam.
I'll second that now that she said as amended.
So Ralph, did you get that
Yeah, so going to June 21, and it'll be the show.
as amended? Great. Now,
Just to vote on it.
all in favor? Unanimous. Now, June 27th, were there any problems recognized for the June 27th minutes?
I would just like to add that there should be a signature block for the chair, bottom of the minutes, before they're finalized.
They'll do that.
Then I will make a motion to approve the June 27 minutes.
I'll second it.
7 Pam. Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Second, then.
Priscilla. And now the minutes of June 28th. Do we have any comments on those?
I have one correction.
Sam?
At the bottom of page 2, says Jack Cushman joined via Zoom, noting he was with Vincent Smith earlier that day on the site visit with Mudge. That was a site visit with Lime Green Heat. We did not attend the meeting with Mudge.
Okay.
Other one also,
Mary?
number 5. Let's see. Where it talks about the wood pellet technology, there's an option, wood pellet heat technology, an option whose consideration was suggested by Leighton. I believe it was suggested by Vincent. Where is that? It's,
Down at the bottom?
yeah, it's above the sentence that says motion failed.
I don't remember, but I might have. I could well have.
Well, it's not, okay. I'm going to take or leave that one.
Well, if you don't want to, you didn't say it.
I don't think I said it.
Up here, she thinks I,
So,
consider the top here.
It's not,
I like that. All right. Any other comments about the June 28th minutes? May I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the June 28 minutes with those 2 corrections.
second.
Second by Mary, all in favor? Unanimous? Great, thank you. Now we move on to, I believe, the correspondence. Had a request from neighbors of the proposed Norwich Upper Loveland Solar Project for the Select Board to reconsider its approval. I'll just say we have no comment at this time, and we note that the issue was on the Planning Commission agenda this week. Stuart Richards requests the Select Board stop the open meeting law lawsuit. This is in the hands of counsel, and we wait to hear from counsel. Don McCabe asks if the board can approve him asking the Women's Club for a donation under the town gift policy from 2020. Under the town gift policy from 2020, gifts are divided into consistent or not consistent with the budget. This, I don't think, is budgeted, and therefore the process, according to that gift policy, begins with the town manager, which I have here if we need to go over that. So basically, I had a word with Brennan, and he's going to follow up. And under the policy, it says, before applying for or accepting a grant or gift, the town manager shall provide the Select Board with a written request that details the potential source and amount of the grant or gift, the time frame for receiving and spending the grant or gift, the purpose and conditions of the grant or gift, and the impact on town functions, employees, and services, and other information that will help the Select Board review the request for approval for or accepting the grant or gift. So over to you, Brennan.
Okay, we'll have that for the 6th.
Okay, we'll put that on. And then Jen Goulet cites the editorial from the Valley News on June 26 regarding Norwich solar projects and asks the Select Board to protect our ridge lines from clear cutting by revoking the preferred site letter. Again, we have no action or comment at this time. Don Farrell asks that we enforce or tighten lawn signs at the gateway to Norwich and on lawns. Brennan, I'm thinking that this would be something that should be referred to our planner from TRORC and to the chair of the Planning Commission, Jan Ladsphere, because these involve our zoning bylaws. Michael Hennessy provides notice of his intent to install a solar project on Bragg Hill. I'm going to place this on the draft agenda for July 26th for the purpose of developing some sort of a standard for how the board intends to be involved in solar projects going forward.
There would be no basis for us to take that up. It would go to the planning office, and the planner would review the application.
There is an option for boards to, as you know, become not necessarily a party to proceeding, but to file their appearance. And that's what we should discuss. All right. That's it for correspondence. I would note that Brennan and I attended an interesting meeting with the local municipal leaders about homelessness. There's a group that is looking at a study of the region. And so I think we're going to be hearing more about that in the future. Okay. AP, did you have any comments?
Nope.
Okay. AP warrants. May I have a motion as to AP warrant 1010 in the amount of $254,717.52. Mary?
Point of order, should we accept the correspondence?
We should definitely accept the correspondence. May I have a motion to accept the correspondence?
Moved.
Moved by Mary. We have a second? Seconded by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we'll look at the AP warrant that I just cited. Does anyone want to make a motion about that? And then we can have a discussion.
I move to approve AP warrant number 2010.
Great. Do we have a second? Seconded by Pam. Any discussion? Priscilla?
I had questions about a few things, so I went and checked up with people to find out about them. And I was particularly curious about a payment of $15,730 to the Norwich School District. And Bree tells me that this is some agreement, a new contract written, I guess, last fall, that we pay Marion Cross School for the rec department's use of the green, town green, and any Marion Cross facilities that we might use.
That is true. Roger, would you like to expound?
It just seems like double billing. It seems like double billing to the taxpayers, that's all.
We have a reciprocal license agreement with the school.
And what's the reciprocity?
It was, there's an agreement. We should just read it. But they were allowed to develop a trail onto the town land in exchange for access to certain amenities. I don't know which classrooms were available. There's a payment schedule.
Okay, thank you.
And they're used by group for activities. Okay, Brennan, I was going to ask about the business card update, and it should be updated, I think. And also I'm wondering about how, I'm sure it happens, but all of those items must get tagged eventually to the right, line, like DPW or wherever.
You're referring to where it referenced business card?
Yeah.
That's just showing the method of payment.
Yeah.
That's the credit card.
It's the credit card. We've been
I always get flummoxed by it, but I'm just trying to make sure that it actually
The coded numbers are
that's the
are where
key.
that's going out.
Okay, good. All right. Any other discussion about the AP warrant? We have a motion. I'll call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. We are now at the section for public comments. If there's anything that is not on the agenda tonight, yes, email come up.
I have to ask a question first, because it's on the agenda for police issues. Should I wait?
Yes, that is not on the agenda. There's going to be an update, and then we're going to have an executive session. So I think.
One that's coming right up now. I think it's right after.
Yeah, it's coming up now.
Okay.
I think in the interest of time, how many people are here about the police update? 1, 2, there's a lot of people.
I just have a quick statement I want to make.
Well, I think in the interest of time, what we should do is, you probably all have the same concern.
I know.
Can you make one statement? Can you agree to have one of you make one statement?
I can't speak for them and they can't speak for me. I just have a statement I would like to make, if that's allowable.
Okay, so how many people want to speak to this issue tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, 6 people.
7. You got someone online.
7 people. Okay. Well, we're going to stick to,
Mine will be 2 minutes.
okay, we're going to stick to the timing because we have to. We're not going to get through this.
Okay, I'll give you a minute and a half.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Demosthenes Sophronis, Norwich, Vermont. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Needless to say, I am disappointed and dismayed to learn that yet another police officer has decided to leave Norwich. I learned of this by reading the monthly Norwich Police Report on the listserv. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, this police report did not make it to the select board pack for this meeting. I would like to hear from our police chief in hopes that he can shed some light on this matter. And I would like to know what the Norwich Select Board's plan is to retain their employees. Does this not concern or bother you? Are we not giving the town employees the respect they deserve? Why is this happening again? Please allow our police chief the opportunity to speak to this. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to say right now that tonight we are going to hear from the police chief.
Okay.
We are going to go into executive session. Nothing can be decided tonight, no matter what anybody has to say here tonight. We have to hear from the chief. We have to go into executive session. This is a personnel issue. We all have the same concerns. We all know we need a police department, and we all know that we need to understand this situation. So
I totally understand that, but the monthly police report, which spells it out pretty nicely, was not in the packet tonight. We're here as members of the public, and we don't really know what's happened unless we read the listserv or reached out to others. So that's why if he could just speak and bring us up to speed.
yes,
A couple of minutes.
he will. And I made a decision that it wouldn't go in because it's personnel.
So it has to be later, and it has to be an executive session.
We're going to first start with executive session, and I'm sure this is going to be on our next meeting agenda.
Thank you for your time.
Just a minute, Priscilla.
Can I ask a question? Are you saying that you decided we should not include the monthly police report in the packet?
No,
Can I, so we had determined that we were going to have department head reports in one meeting, and they were going to be the second meeting of the month. So that was a administrative thing. We've done that for, I think, the last several months. So it had nothing to do with timing of anything. It was just, we're going to have reports from the fire department, police department, the ITM, and we're all going to do those on the second meeting of each month.
okay. Pam,
I would like to express my frustration that something that's relevant wasn't included. Just because make a determination that it should be the second meeting of the month. If something happens in the interim and there is a relevant event like this, that the chief's report or any department head report would be helpful. I think we need to make exceptions to the rule.
Pam, did you see what we did for an amendment tonight? We're having an executive session and we're going to hear.
I understand, but I learned about this person through rumors. And, I think the police chief's report was very relevant, and I'm disappointed that it wasn't in the packet.
Taken.
Please.
Please.
So the other piece of the agenda is that I'm going to make a statement, a report, and then the police chief is going to make a statement and a report. So everybody kind of knows what's going on. So if all the questions are what's going on, maybe we could wait until those have occurred, and that may or may not answer some of those
I think that's a good idea.
instead of doing the public.
So just a second, everyone, please. We're going to keep this calm and we're going to get to everything. So we have 4 informational items tonight. Brennan's going to address each of those, which includes the police department update. We're also going to hear from the chief, and that's how this is going to proceed. So I would like you all to just hold now until we go through these informational items. Okay?
Question.
Yes, Roger.
Can you explain why material from a department is distributed to the public, but not to the board?
I didn't do that. I can't
How
answer.
did members of the public distribute interdepartmental correspondence and not? How did that happen?
I have the
I
answer.
cannot tell you that. I do
I
not
have the answer to that. I asked Fran how she got the report for the month of June, and she said she requested it from Judy, and Judy sent it to her.
Okay.
And she published it on the list.
Okay.
So the it was on the list before we ever knew that the report was even ready.
Okay.
I think that's good information to know.
And let's proceed with this agenda so that we can unfold all the information that everybody wants to know. Okay? And understand that there are things that we're not going to be able to tell you tonight because we just won't have answers tonight. All right. And Lily,
Can I make a non-police related comment?
you are,
Invitation.
yes, would you like to come up to the,
Untangle myself from my knitting. So I'm on your agenda for 2 weeks from now. I'm going to give a quarterly update for the clerk's office. And this is a happy item. You don't have to worry about anything here. But I just wanted to extend an invitation to all of the select board and to everybody in Norwich to come visit me in the next 2 weeks, because I think many of you have never visited the vault. You don't know what sort of cool things we have in there. We have 250 years of documents in there. So amazing. So please, you don't need an appointment. You can just come say hi to me anytime, 8:30 to 4:30, and I'm happy to show you around, show you what we're protecting in our fire safe vault, and show you what options you have for looking up the history of your property and other cool stuff. That's it. Thank you.
thank you.
Public comments that are not first.
Are there non-related public comments to anything of Stuart? Non-agenda item.
Richards, Norwich resident, been only for 40 years. So I am a recent member of the Planning Commission, and as you may be aware, we discussed the solar project this past week. The Planning Commission voted 4-3 to not reopen the approval letter. And I think that that's a huge mistake. And I really hope that the select board will not follow suit. I think that the concerns that have been expressed by the neighbors it needs to be determined whether those are valid concerns or whether they are not. But the only way that they can be determined whether they are valid or not valid is for a discussion to ensue. So you need to listen to both sides of the story. And I would appreciate it if the select board actually made this an agenda item and discussed it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other non-agenda items that someone wants to discuss or mention? Linda Cook.
Clarification. I would like to say something.
Linda, can you come up to the table?
Can I speak loud enough?
It's for that people coming in.
Come over here. Hey, you. My question is reference to setting up the process for the hiring of a town manager. So I'm not sure if that's something should wait till then or do it now. Okay.
We're going to be talking about the RFP, which isn't really about the process necessarily, but you can certainly comment.
I can do that then
Yeah.
or now, whichever.
Why don't you do it then?
Okay. The process having been.
Can you speak up because people can't hear you in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi there. Is that better? Better volume? Okay. What it is, I was here and on the board when we hired our first Dennis Pavlik, town manager, and been here for others and other processes there. One thing I think that was very helpful is, especially if new people on the board, is we ended up hiring VLCT to do it and to gather all the information, to break it down and then give it to us. So they've got the staff. They've done it for many towns. It may be something you have talked about, but I hope you would consider that you would have all the information done for you by a staff that has been doing this for years and would help you move along to try and get that one maybe done off your plate, just trying to help you organizing it was the only suggestion.
Thank you. We used them for the last search as well.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, may we have an update on recent weather events and flooding?
Absolutely. So as Marcia had mentioned earlier, we're obviously coming out of fairly unprecedented couple days across the state of Vermont, and certainly Norwich is not immune to that. So I do want to also just publicly acknowledge all the hard work that's gone into basically responding to the emergency that occurred and all of the cleanup efforts that are going on currently will continue to go on, specifically the fire department and the police department and the DPW department. So a lot of hard work has gone into the last couple of days. I actually asked our fire chief and our DPW director just to craft a very brief memo, which I'd like to read just to inform folks a little bit about what's happened here over the last couple of days and future plans. So the first memo comes from Alex Northern, our fire chief, and he writes, during the July 10th storm event, the Norwich Fire Department responded to 9 calls for service. These calls range from flooded road closures, tree and energized wires down, fire alarms, water removal from 2 basements, and several roads washed out. A general alarm was sounded early during the storm, which brought extra personnel in to serve the town. We were able to efficiently answer all calls for service. Luckily, the storm did not tax our resources as much as the December snowstorm did. We also appreciate the work of those DPW employees that were able to serve the town during the event and work with us to coordinate storm-related responses. Thank you, Alex, for that memo. And the next is from DPW Director Chris Kaufman. It's an update to the July 10th, 2023 storm event and the impacts to the town of Norwich. The rain event was declared a national disaster by the federal government and is now an official Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA event. And he writes, the town of Norwich appeared to sustain relatively moderate damage from the rainstorm event. Impacts to the town infrastructure included several road washouts, stormwater ditch erosion, culvert clogging, tree branches falling, erosion to some riverbanks, and debris washed into roadways. Road damage was limited to various gravel roads, but most of the paved roads appeared to fare well. The DPW and a local contractor will have the significant road washouts cleaned up and repaired by the end of this week. The ongoing emergency response is classified by FEMA as a Category A response and will only address immediate emergency work. Long-term permanent repairs are not a part of this initial response and will be addressed at a later date with representatives from VTrans and FEMA. All invoices, equipment expenses, and labor expended during this emergency response will be reimbursed by FEMA, but could take many months. We are keeping track of our expenses and documenting our work. So again, hopefully that is helpful to folks who have been watching this from afar. A lot of work being done.
Thank you. And yes, Roger.
Is it appropriate to ask about the culvert work that will happen on New Boston Road? I mean, it's only related to that update in the sense that they're culverts. So that's why I asked if it's appropriate.
Yeah. Well,
is there anything that people can expect? I think I saw a message where it was from 7 to 5 for a week. You know?
You're talking about the upcoming work
Yes.
on culverts. Yes, I think Chris actually posted something that will show up on the listserv tomorrow. But there is a plan to have an extended couple days of road closures with a detour that are going to allow that culvert work to occur.
That's Beaver Meadow.
Excuse me, and that's unrelated to the flood damage, but culverts
help
from flood damage.
Absolutely.
And I think the work, as Mary pointed out, that was done the last big flood event is really paying off now. All right. Now, would you please give us a police department update?
I would, and I'd invite Chief Cochran, if you want to come up to the side where you can speak out instead of speaking from behind, that might be good. Where's there? All right. Well, I don't have a lot to say here. I will start by saying that a lot has changed unexpectedly since we met 2 weeks ago, at which point we were working on kind of figuring out how we could maintain staffing with Chelsea Maxim going to our police academy for an extended period of time. Unfortunately, we got some news in the last week that Officer Maxim has decided to resign her position. of the Norwich Police Department. Her last day is going to be 7/15 this Friday, and she will be taking another law enforcement position in another Vermont municipality. So that is unfortunate. We're currently actively working to rehire a full-time officer who would replace that patrol officer position. We have placed ads as of today in the VLCT classifieds. We're going to run a print ad in the Valley News that will appear on Sunday and again next Wednesday. And Chief Cochran has posted the opening on the Police Academy job. Okay. So we are also considering alternate short-term solutions, which could include potentially part-time patrol officers and state police who would be responding to incidents in the town if they rose to a certain level of importance. So know that we are taking this very seriously, that we've just lost an officer and that we are going to be working here in the short term and long term to find a suitable qualified replacement for Officer Matson. Another unexpected event is that we've had a very recent medical absence to another one of our patrol officers. It is a personnel matter, and we're not going to speak in detail about this, but this is going to leave us with another unanticipated opening and exacerbate the staffing shortage that we're going to see here in the short term. We are cognizant of citizens' concerns over the current staffing and are diligently working on options and solutions. That said, there are certain things that we just cannot discuss specifically related to the scheduling tonight, and I hope you understand there are reasons why we can't do that. So I guess that's kind of what I wanted to say as the interim town manager. Wade and I have had a number of conversations here over the last week and a half, and I'd like to give him a chance to speak briefly to the board and to the citizens. And as Marcia mentioned, we will have an opportunity later in the evening to go into an executive session, invite the chief to join us and talk a little bit more freely and candidly about some of our issues.
Sure. So some of the things with having a smaller agency is when we lose one, we lose 25% of our force. So with Chelsea leaving, we lost 25%. With another officer having a medical emergency, that person will be out for several weeks. Then we're down to 50%. And then we have another officer that has a planned vacation. So then we're down to 75%. So that leaves me. And we're going to do the best we can, but it's a struggle. I have spoken to the state police. Everyone is short right now. It's not Norwich specific. Everyone's short. They're filling the gaps. They're getting there, and the state police are definitely going to step up and help what they can. But there's certain calls that'll just have to wait until we have an officer that can come on, and it may be. It's hard to tell right now. We're playing with the schedule. It could be a day. It could be 2 days. So we'll do the best we can. We'll get that. So, like the town manager said, we have posted job ads. We did do an interview today. The person that we interviewed today, however, it would be a lengthy period of time if we hired this person. Anyone that we hire for the police department, it takes a pretty long period of time to get them through their training and what they need to do to be on the road, unless they're full-time certified. If they're full-time certified, it's obviously a lot quicker, but it still takes time. This is not the situation I hope to be in. We were doing great. We were building. I'm very optimistic, but my optimism is a little bit less, and we're gonna do what we can. But the town of Norwich, I feel there's a great community. We want to do our best for them. But Brennan and I are working to try to figure out how we can do that and fill the positions that we need to fill. A lot of people have said to me, well, is there a need for that? Is there a need for a police force? There's absolutely a need, because you don't need this. Someone told me years ago, you don't need the police until you need them. And it's very nice to have them when you need them. And with Norwich too, we're also looking for unique candidates. It's not, it has to fit the town. And I said this back in November, December. So we passed over a few that wouldn't be a good fit for the community. So with that said, we're being very picky, but we're also not getting a lot of applicants. So not sure what else. I know we're going to go into executive session, or the board is. If I go in, we'll talk more about that.
I was just going to add, I'm sure folks are listening to this and will have some questions. And what I think would be most effective today and tonight is to be able to give us those questions, let us digest and come up with some good answers. And this will, again, come back onto the agenda in 2 weeks, and we could give an update on where things are and also hopefully answer specific questions and not try to do it here on the fly.
So what you should do is send your questions to Brennan. You don't have a question, that's okay. Wait, not quite finished. And then next week, they will collate them and have answers to questions we can present next week. But right now, there aren't, as you can see, a lot of answers. Can you hold for just a minute? We're not finished. Are you finished, Chief?
What I have, yes.
Okay. In preparation for tonight and knowing what had happened, Brennan and I contacted the town attorneys who specifically work on collective bargaining and the police issues. And so they prepared something for me to tell you tonight, which I hope will help. I understand there may be concern among some community members regarding the status of the Norwich Police Department. The Select Board welcomes respectful expression of residents' views concerning the department. I also understand that some of that concern may be related to the news that Officer Maxim will be leaving the department. I thought it worthwhile to let you know that she was hired less than 1 year ago at compensation significantly above what the collective bargaining agreement with the union called for based on her experience and her training. The interim town manager requested and received union consent for that heightened compensation. As many of you know, contract renewal negotiations between representatives of the Select Board and the union are ongoing. Under the applicable ground rules, I cannot discuss with you any details of the negotiations. I can say that it is the intent of the Select Board and our negotiators to reach an agreement that affords competitive pay and benefits for our police force and other valued employees that are covered by that contract. At the same time, it is also our goal that total compensation be reasonable, sustainable, and mindful of pay and benefits available in comparable communities. If negotiations result in a tentative agreement, the agreement will be presented to the union membership and to the board for votes on ratification. Okay. Charlotte.
Yes, I would like to have an opportunity to.
You need to come up.
Unfortunately, I can't be here for the next meeting, and I really have given a lot of thought to this. And I don't have a lot of questions. I do have a couple of things, though, that I'd like to say. And I spent quite a bit of time putting them down, trying to make them as succinct as possible. So thank you for bearing with me.
Okay. If you can stick to 3 minutes, and also if you can send them to us so that we can put them in the packet for next time.
Yeah. Most of us did not expect to be in this position again. We've seen the retirement of our esteemed Chief Doug Robinson, and in quick succession, the resignation of Chief Jennifer Frank and Chief Simon Keeling. At the suggestion of our board chair, I talked to our interim town manager at some length last week about the recent setbacks in our police department. And in effect, what I'm going to say has to do with information that I think that our interim town manager should have. By his own admission, Brennan cannot have all the background that I believe he needs to help resolve this current crisis. The first concern he expressed was that an open discussion of the loss of Chelsea Maxim would be an invitation to criminal behavior in our quiet town. Background for his benefit is that his predecessor openly and repeatedly asserted that many towns in Vermont do not have police at all, and insisted that the coverage of our one officer, Anna Ingram, was adequate. As a result, the world at large has long been well aware that Norwich is not well protected. Brennan also said he believes that it will be possible for Wade to hire a replacement for Chelsea, and that the present cohort of officers will be able to cover most of the hours we expect, with the exception of weekends. Brennan believes that we do not need full coverage on weekends, when in his mind, there is less crime. Chief Cochran will not be able to replace Chelsea without a guarantee of better working situation than the one she has fled. She left having been paid $2.50 an hour for an on-call weekend, which required almost full-time service, full-time active duty. On-call time is not billed as overtime. I hope that Brennan and this board come to understand that real crimes happen not only during the week when people are commuting and or our school is in session. The 5 men I found exchanging contraband and a clearing on my property were not waiting for a weekend. The 2 students involved were clearly well known to the Norwich police officer who was on duty when I gave him the plate number of the late model Subaru the youth was driving. The officer went to the home to talk to the offender and his family after hours. I had to call on Fire Chief Linehan and Chief Robinson when an arsonist burned an outbuilding to the ground in the same clearing about a week later. The old milk house was made of metal. It sat among dry leaves under pine trees that were severely singed. It is a blessing that it occurred before the droughts of the past 2 years, or several of us present tonight might well have lost our homes, as well as the forest that connects us. In another situation, 2 masked men entered a neighbor's house in broad daylight, armed with sledgehammers. They were not waiting for a weekend to claim their prize. In fact, they boldly went in when 3 students were hard at work in the house. I was alerted to the crime when I was asked by police if I had seen anything unusual the preceding day. Apparently, the students ran outside and had watched as one of the robbers jumped out of a second-floor window and fled through my woods to a waiting vehicle. The unusual getaway vehicle, which had been borrowed without permission, could not be missed. The driver and I had locked eyes as he drove past me. A family had been terrorized, their home vandalized, and valuables stolen. The investigator of the crime died that summer when Chief Frank lost both officers who had been working on the case. When I had my visit with Chief Cochran last week, I showed him a newspaper clipping I had saved because I recognized my defiant getaway driver. He had been arrested for a string of other drug-related crimes, and he was immediately recognized by our chief as one of the prime cocaine dealers in our state. The final point I would like to make is that victims of home invasions do not recover. The modest home next to me on Petrel has been robbed in broad daylight 3 times. The house has changed hands twice. One kept her vow never to spend another day there. She left town for the winter and returned only to spend 2 days moving when her stepson had sold the house. Just now, I have touched on a limited number of instances where I have been in or in close danger. For years, I thought my only challenge was to prevent poachers from hunting in fields where I had animals in pasture. Today, unfortunately, there's a lot more going on than meets the eye. Any day of the week, any season of the year. I pray that what other people bring to the table tonight will begin to soften the hard line this board has drawn between the unreasonable budgets passed in 22 and 23 and what Chiefs Frank, Keeling, and now Chief Cochran actually must have to do to perform their duties at the level we expect from them as professionals. We can't afford to delay any longer.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you.
All right, I would ask that anyone else put their comments in writing and send it to the town manager, and we will take it from there. Yes.
Much as all due respect, I think people here are here to express some emotion in addition to some facts. And I think it's the select board's duty to listen to that.
And I've been doing that for
to judge the level of concern that the citizens have. So I think it's better to give anybody a chance to talk who wants to, personally. I respect.
Amen.
whatever you want to do.
Well, I will leave it up to the board. And we're the ones who are here at midnight. And that's what and I understand this is a huge issue and that's what we're elected to do, to be here until midnight. But, you know, I've been pretty open about letting people speak as much as they wanted to. And I don't want to change that policy. It's just that I'm feeling, and I think you heard it from the chief and from Brennan, we're feeling like, you know, we've got to work through some stuff. And we understand that you're frustrated. We're all frustrated.
But the frustration has been there for a long time and nothing has happened. Now it's a crisis because nothing has happened in the past. And
would you come up to the table and just say your name and
that
go right ahead.
But I don't want to be the only one. If nobody else wants to speak, then I'll just shut up and go away.
It was the door that the window shut. It was.
My name's Wayne Niffen, and I've lived in Norwich for 50 years. For background, we've raised our children here. My wife taught at Marion Cross, and I worked as a physician at the Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center for over 30 years. While at the Hitchcock, I had meaningful experience with setting goals, plans to accomplish them, recruitment, retention issues, and issues regarding finances and politics. My following comments are personal thoughts, and I recognize that there are other ways to look at these matters. First and most importantly, the top priority for government is to ensure the security of its citizens. In our setting, this would mean that it should be the top priority of the Select Board to ensure the security of the Norwich population. I understand that depending on one's definition of security, plans to achieve this goal may differ. Personally, I believe a strong and effective police force is essential in reaching this goal. I am deeply concerned that what looked like progress in this direction is threatened. If the failure to timely provide funding for the town-approved fifth police officer is a sign that the Select Board does not, for whatever reasons, agree it is a top priority, I believe that is a major mistake. It sends the message that Norwich does not support providing the resources necessary to do the job. Our police will naturally question whether this is where they choose to work. A diminished police force is a bad outcome. My request is the following. I would like to hear from each Select Board. I would like to hear from each Select Board member comments publicly in some detail how they see these issues and their suggestions for proceeding. In fact, my recommendation is that now's a nice time to start. And despite the long sessions that you spend here tonight, I would like to hear from each Select Board member comment on the current police situation, and their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just speak from the board, for the board initially, and I think I'd like to have an opportunity to have our executive session. I don't feel that I'm ready because I don't feel I have enough information.
I appreciate that. But the question is, when will the board members have enough useful information to provide the public with the information they need to know about why the police force is not being funded at the level that the town voted for? So, I don't know the details, and I understand there are logical explanations. I can think of 4 or 5 reasons why that hasn't happened. Some of them are okay, some of them are not, which is why I would like to hear personally from each member of the board how they feel about this. And if there are members of the board that don't want to fund the police force and they have reasons for it, I'd like to know who they are, and I'd like to know the reasons. They may have good reasons that I've not thought about. I'd like to be educated.
Fair enough. We'll consider that.
Who's that from?
Okay.
It's Chelsea.
You know who it is. Okay. The rules are that we had set up was that we would go Select Board members, people in the public, and then on the Zoom. So I'm asking for people to be judicious. If you want to make a comment, please make it short. I think everybody has the same feeling here. If you have a different feeling, by all means, come up and share it. But, this board has a lot of work to do on this issue and a lot of other issues, and we really need to sit down together and have this talk.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, come on up and make your suggestion.
Would you change your agenda and maybe go into executive session, and we'll wait till you come out and hear what you have to say?
We're supposed to make those changes early on.
No, I realize that.
Yeah, so I don't really feel that we should.
Okay. Well, then secondly, I want to thank you for allowing this to be heard like you did. I think it's very effective that we do send questions to the town manager. I think that's a good idea also. So thank you for that part of it. But in reference to what this gentleman said, back in April 26th meeting, I implored the board and asked that you can consider the town vote, that you will consider a fifth officer, and that you report to the public and let us know what your progress on that has been. We've got nothing. He's frustrated. I can understand why. And I share that frustration for him and others in the community. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're absolutely welcome. Stuart? Repetitions?
I'll try not to. Stuart Richards, Norwich. So there are some comments that have come from the department. I'm not going to name particular officers or people or whatever, but there is the sense, and this is coming from others, not from me particularly, but there is a sense that they are feeling, by the actions of the select board, they are feeling disrespected. And I can't speak to exactly why they feel disrespected, but there are some issues that have arisen that are part of that feeling.
Well, Stuart, Chelsea is waiting to be heard, so we can hear from Chelsea.
Oh, may I speak after she's done?
We're really trying to. Sorry, what? We're really trying to move through this. So
understood, but there's more about, apart from disrespect, and why there's some feeling of disrespect. There's more to it. And
can you put that in writing?
Let me just make one more comment, and I'll leave the seat here. So, you've talked the talk about being competitive, but I'm not aware that there's ever been a wage study done. You've relied, I think, maybe on the VLCT wage study, but that's not specific to this community. And there needs to be more done by this select board to really follow through and make that happen. And the officers need to know that there's an effort being made in that direction. And I don't think that that's happening.
Well, if you look farther down on our agenda for tonight, we are having a check-in on the work in progress, and wage study is front and center.
It hasn't been done for how many years?
I know, Stuart, but here we are. I certainly wasn't here for many years.
No, you were not. And I don't hold you personally responsible.
And thank you very much. Please put your concerns in writing.
I will.
Okay.
And Chief, thank you for hanging in and doing what you're doing. And I and many others appreciate you, your fellow officers, and what you're doing.
Echo that. All right. Priscilla?
I am not a fan of late meetings, and I am a morning lark, not a night owl. But, we do what we have to do. And we hope everybody remembers we are actually volunteers here. But I feel it's very important to allow people to talk about this in public, in front of us, with whoever wants to listen to it. And I'm not sure if things just sent to the town manager's office are going to be disseminated to us. I mean,
Brennan, do you promise that they'll be disseminated?
My suggestion was if there were specific questions, instead of us trying to answer those kind of on the fly, it'd be good to have some thought and then come back in the next meeting with responses. So that doesn't really hold true to comments that are just statements of people's belief, I guess.
So I'm trying to get through people. Linda was first. Come on over.
Unfortunately, it's a sad day for me in Norwich. It isn't the first department that has dissolved because of, I don't want to use a word or a person to it, but there are issues that were created. You know, we lost our highway department. We lost the police back when they were here for the two stayed and did not feel a lot of support, did from the public. And so we haven't built a roadway or a network to connect people in a positive way. And I think we're all feeling it. I mean, you can't not feel it, especially the quality of people we've had working here and what they've done for Norwich. I just feel sad that we can't seem to find a way. I mean, the highway crew and other people have left. We're losing a department, and we've had great chiefs. We've had great employees, but we haven't created that path of communication. Doors have been slamming. We're all feeling it at all levels. It's not just the community, it's you guys. You know, whether you're new or you've been here. You know, Mary's been here for a while, but it's a very different feeling right now. And we've got to find a way as a community to come together. And as, you know, he has said, we need a plan that works and everybody can participate because we've got to pull back together. And losing Chelsea and maybe others, I don't think we are done losing people unless we can give them a healthy work environment so they've got time to be with their family and children, which is what's suffering right now. And I see the department working well together, but it's not, you know, due to funding or communication being a little rough right now on people, that we've got to find a way to do this. I mean, look what we just went through in this town. And I watched a number of people go out and help their neighbors shovel out the culvert, you know, get it, the ditches so that they wouldn't lose their road completely. We need to do that. You need to do that. We need to find a way that we can communicate that we're all here together because we're neighbors and we're a community. We're a darn good community, I will tell you that. A lot of people are here to help. But when they're told so many times we don't need it or not a nice way of saying thank you, we've got to find a better way. And it's not going to be easy. You got a lot of people with their hands in this, and we all want to help. We want to support you, but we need to see progress. We got to stop seeing people leaving because, like any other job or occupation, there's only so many people, and then you don't have it.
Yeah, personnel policies, HR
policy. Well, HR was a problem.
Right. And I mean, we've got that on our to-do list here and we're checking it.
I made a request in public to try and talk to the HR, and I was told we haven't picked the people. I asked again, and I was told not yet. That's not helping us let you know our problems and helping us work it out, or negotiation. If something got messed up in the contract or something, and our employees, unbeknownst to them, ended up paying the higher insurance, the full amount, where in the past, the town has tried to help and split. So I'm not going to get into your negotiation part, but I just think we have to find a way that we can keep people and make it work for all of us, because our chiefs, Doug and all of them, have really put time in here and given up a lot of family time.
Thank you, Linda.
Probably over my 3 minutes, but
we hear you, and we've
just got to find that way. We don't want to lose the rest of that department. I'd like to see you keep them and continue to grow.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dan Bornstein. I'm a relatively new citizen in Charleston, in Norwich, Vermont. Being here, I don't.
Last name?
Dan Bornstein. Thank you. Chief, thank you very much for your service to our community and to all your officers. Same of our volunteer firefighters and same to all of you. This issue is what brought me here tonight. And I just want to echo the sentiments. I know you had said that we don't want to necessarily be repetitive, but I think there is something said for things that are repetitive. I think it does speak to the seriousness with which the residents are considering this issue. Given that we've got a very limited amount of time, and I want to respect everybody's time, and given the seriousness of this issue, the idea of going into executive session before we fully understand the positions of each of the select board members seems somewhat secretive to me. So I would very much appreciate maybe just 1 minute or 2 minutes from each select board member to understand their position on the funding of our police department prior to going into executive session, having your time in executive session, respecting that, and then reporting back to us, the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chelsea Maxim. Chelsea,
I
are
don't
you
know
still
if you
there?
can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I'm not really used to the Zoom thing, so I apologize in advance. And I'm also not going to pretend that I know like all the politics of, running the town and the budgets, because I don't. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what got really hard for me really fast. I signed up for night shifts willingly. That's what I plan to do. I know this job is hard. I know the schedule can be rough, but I was working 3 weekends out of 4 every month. I was working through Friday night, being on call until I came in Saturday morning, or Saturday, I guess late morning, when we do our one shift on Saturday. And then I would be on call after I left into Sunday, and then on call again until Monday, until the next officer came in. And I was doing that 3 weekends in a row. That got a little bit rough. The pay is a little low on the on-call. I understand. I've heard the argument that on-call, you're getting paid to do nothing. That's actually not true. You're getting paid poorly to not be able to do anything. You can't go to a barbecue. You can't go shopping. You can't have a beer. You have to be available to respond. So I was looking at 30 some odd hours a weekend of on-call plus the shifts that I was working. Is really rough. And I sat down with the chief and the sergeant and Judy, and we tried to, kind of work the schedule the best we could. But unfortunately, with the number of officers that we have, there's no good way to set it up where somebody isn't really taking it hard with the coverage. So that just got really rough for me. I do have 3 children at home that I homeschool, and to be honest with you, I miss them. The other thing is the pay is a little low, and like I said, I understand like there's a contract and there's like a process for pay and for all of that to change. And I know it's not like just an easy thing that you can do, but it's definitely not competitive. Wages are going up everywhere, but in Norwich. Also on the 3 weekends in a row, I had one weekend where I worked 53 hours in 3 days, which is not okay. It's especially not acceptable for law enforcement. Kind of a dangerous situation. And I had a couple of weekends like that, and I didn't catch the beginning of the meeting. I was having trouble signing in, but there was something said about lost my train of thought, but there was something said about I forget where I was going with that. I'm sorry, but the biggest thing is like the multiple hours all jump together. I actually believe that, especially that weekend that I worked the 3 days in a row, and there was like 53 hours in there, is against contract, I believe. But I don't know what the answer is necessarily, how to remedy it. And just so all of you know, I enjoyed serving this community. I have no ill will towards this town or anything like that. But like I said, it did get really hard. And part of the problem that I had is I feel like the chief was really trying hard to change things. And I don't know where the disconnect was, but it didn't feel like things were really moving in a forward fashion. And just knowing the history, it was just hard to want to stay and kind of ride it out and see if we could fix things. So the biggest thing was family, and part of it was travel too, which that's not Norwich's fault. You know, I live a little ways out, so I was, you know, traveling about an hour per shift, you know, to and from. So that adds up over time. And I just wanted to thank you for your time and hearing me out.
Thank you for your service, and she's gone. Oh,
I just put it down, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your service, and we wish you well.
Thank you.
Right. I'm not going to say, people, if anyone wants to say anything, feel free to say it. I'm not prepared to say anything right now. I understand why people feel that, you know, it may seem odd that we're going to talk about this in executive session, but I really don't like saying things when I don't feel I have all my facts. Okay. I think in general, I will say I'm definitely supportive of the police. We just have to figure out how we're going to do this. All right. Priscilla.
I'm not shy about expressing support for the police. And yes, we will learn more in our executive session. We have been so fortunate to have such wonderful people come and work for us. And it seems that pay is an issue, and we keep coming back to this with other positions we're trying to hire for. So this whole pay thing is a problem. The work-life balance seems particularly askew when it comes to the police force. And I still feel very much like a member of the public, even though I get to sit here. And I say, well, you know, we've hired some other assistants for some other departments. For the rec department, we have an assistant town manager, an assistant to the assistant town manager, and the town manager. And it doesn't make sense to me in a way that we can't find the money also to have more police, which would make their lives much better. And it'd be safer for them to be fully alert and rested and have a sane kind of existence. And I think we have put a tremendous undue burden on them in their personal lives and their family lives. And we're just lucky we've had the ones we have. And Chief, I hope you stick with us. And I want to express to Anna, I don't know why she sticks with us, but I'm very, very, very grateful. And
okay. Thank you. Can you proceed with the open positions?
Yes, if we're going to move on. So we just wanted to let everyone know, the board and public, that there are two open positions, a full-time volunteer and then an alternate to serve on the Development Review Board currently. What we've done in the past is to actually publish that on the listserv and maybe other places, and then solicit volunteers or applicants, and then come back to the select board for a appointment to the two positions. So looking at the calendar, we had suggested that we could put that out later this week with the deadline of August 2nd, and that we could come back to the first meeting in August with candidates who would be interested in serving in those two roles. And really, I'll tie, we also have another open position in the Land Management Council, which would follow that same timing. But I think in the past, the select board was just kind of blessed that we would put that out there publicly and solicit interest.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we're now up to action items for motions. The first one is the Tracy Hall information and presentations. This is purposely vague because we're going to hear from various individuals, I think, tonight. I believe Jeff Grout is here.
I am.
Would you like to begin?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Tell everybody where you work.
My name is Jeff Grout, and I'm the Regional Energy Coordinator for Two Rivers Ottaquiche Regional Commission. Hi, and I prepared a report that I believe was in the packet. And the purpose of this report was to summarize energy analysis that were done in the past for Tracy Hall. And I'll give a brief overview, but I think you've all seen this. This has been going on for a little while with the analysis and the reports that have been done on the building. And so I'm assuming there's certain questions that you have, but as a quick summary, starting a few years ago, there was a report, a request for quotations to do a energy analysis of all of the buildings in Norwich. Two reports came in. The EEI report basically summarized Tracy Hall and some other buildings. And this report basically just summarizes another report was put in by another company that also just focused on Tracy Hall. But the EEI report was done in 2020. It was an actual energy audit. It was done at no cost to the town, and they came back with some items that the recommendations that they put into the report that were summarized here. And I believe the reports were also, the full reports were included in your package, which was quite a bit to go over. So,
Seen it before.
yes, okay. So in summary, what we have today, basically the reason for this is to summarize where we are today. The town hall especially is one of the largest energy users for the town on itself by its own. And there's a lot of work that's been done, a lot of reporting, a lot of information here, but really it needs a little direction. Now's a good time. With Two Rivers, we've got a number of grants coming down the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a municipal energy resilience program that also has funds available. So it really is a time to kind of focus on this if we want to move forward with this project and really get a direction of where to go from what we know now. One of the reports, which was actually an energy audit, who went through the energy bills and came up with specific recommendations. I'm really skimming over a lot of details. So if there's any questions, let me know.
Can we ask questions as you go along?
Absolutely, yes, please do. I mean, there's a lot to cover here, so I'm not really sure on exactly what to focus on. But the bottom line is one of the reports was pretty detailed. The pricing is a little outdated, even though it's only 2 years old. Any pricing you see here will need to be updated, but one of the reports did detail the energy, conservation measures needed in detail and pricing, and the other one was a little bit more vague.
Can you explain the difference between an energy audit report, which was detailing energy conservation measures, which EEI did,
Yep,
versus an energy assessment report, which Living Buildings did?
yes. An energy audit is really, the purpose of it is to look at all of the energy data and come up with energy conservation measures and specifically how to detail with them. They'll typically be prioritized items that with pricing as far as the best payback that you'll get for each measure at the best price over time and the quickest payback basically for those measures. Where an energy assessment is a little more general. It's looking at the general condition of the building. And I think the primary difference for the reason is the scope of both of these reports was a little bit different. The actual reports zeroed in on the same items, but the purpose of the assessment was to look at the general classification of the building or the general condition of the building and basically assess what might be needed, but not have the detail required in an actual energy audit, which gets into more of the specific energy conservation measures and the price.
So in the same spirit, and I kind of know the answer, but can you tell us how both of the proposals, the living buildings and the EEI proposal, what is the same about both of them?
Sure.
You know, because obviously they were, as you know, there's some unique things about them, really different sort of approaches, different sort of general orientation, although, you know, broad goals were the same. What about them they both agree on? I think like the insulation packages, for example.
Yeah, the insulation packages were the same. They both focus, well, here's another key report that I should have brought up in the beginning. The EEI report, the scope of that report was to specifically detail what could be done to upgrade the energy systems in the building without using fossil fuels. And that was based on Article 36. So they focused on types of projects that they have done before that are used in this area that can heat and cool the building without using fossil fuels. Living buildings, that it was, I believe that report was requested by the town manager to do an assessment. I don't think they had that same scope not to use any fossil fuels at all. So one of the differences in the living buildings report is to maintain at least one of the boilers in the building now. There's two boilers in the building. They're both about 25 years old. And yep.
Sorry, I'm asked how they were similar. The proposal.
Okay.
I wonder how they're similar.
They both need heat. Yeah.
Our professionals that we've consulted, if I may. I'm sorry. Like the insulation package, but I don't know all the details. So could you maybe go over it?
Never.
It's like if we were to say as a board, what the expertise that we have gathered today, where do the experts agree? I think it's valuable thing to bring to our attention.
Sure.
So,
yeah. Yes. Insulation is a key for both, and specifically the attic insulation. They both go to primary heating source would be geothermal. And direct digital controls, which means that you can control the building, not only just inside the building, but remotely as well, and know how the building is performing. Weatherization is sealing all cracks. It doesn't include new windows at this point. It does include sealing all cracks and weatherization, insulation in the attic primarily. Electrical upgrades would be needed because it would be a little bit larger electrical load.
And sorry.
Yeah.
And then where do they agree in terms of this space down here, this basement? Was there an agreement?
The living buildings report had basically a pretty large, substantial overhaul of this building, basically replacing all the insulation in the walls.
Right.
And sealing the floor, peeling up the carpet, which has been here a while, and putting a vapor barrier down and putting a flooring down that would seal that. There are some places where there's leaks, both from, I think, the heating system and from the windows themselves. That typically in a building, you're going to get about 10% of your energy savings could come from the walls, but not as much from below grade. Again, it's hard to make conclusions with what we have now. I really think with what we have now is taking this information and really going forward to see where we can go from here. But the real key for the insulation would be the attic. As the heat rises, you're losing most of your heat through the attic and through weatherization of that space. That would have much bigger, you notice that more, you get the best energy savings from doing that. Doing down here with weatherization of the walls would be quite expensive, quite disruptive, and I'm not sure you get quite the energy savings because a lot of this is below grade anyway.
And then just
this point. Yeah. Yeah.
So what both say is insulation of the attic.
Yeah.
It seems like there's not consensus about insulation of the basement space, but that they all say heat pumps. Both proposals say heat pumps. And both instances say ground source heat pumps, but nonetheless, electrification and insulation of the basement and a controls package, right?
And air sealing.
And air sealing. So electrification of our heat source, the insulation of the attic, and a controls package is where the experts would agree, right?
Yes, yep, and included, whenever you replace your heat source, you really need to look at ventilation as well. I don't believe that there's full ventilation of the entire building, so that would probably actually be one of the largest expenses, is upgrading the insulation in the building. And typically, when you upgrade your heating system, that needs to be done as well. It was pointed out, one option that may or not be considered, and I think that's really part of the scope that needs to be decided now is are fossil fuels under consideration? Are they totally not under consideration at this point? But ventilation, conceivably, you could stick with what you have. I don't know if your participants or employees that work in the building would be happy with that if that wasn't improved, but.
I think we passed the codes, the state codes.
Right, I'm sorry?
I think if you put a different heating system in other than a low burner, I believe it would trigger some code violations.
Yes, it would. It doesn't meet code now. So the question is really what type of changes would be made where you'd have to bring it up to code.
So clarification.
Yes.
Talking about codes, you're talking about the Vermont Commercial Building Energy Standards. Is that the only
Yes.
code that
No, well, it's a fire code also. Yeah, the fire code is
state fire code?
yeah, state fire code. They're based on federal standards, ASHRAE standards, and IECC standards as well. But yeah,
So at the moment, are we out of compliance or are we grandfathered?
we're grandfathered in. Technically out of compliance, but grandfathered in. When you start changing things, that's when you have to consider bringing it back into compliance.
So no matter what we do, my understanding is that step one is we have to meet the Vermont Commercial Building Energy Standards codes. And probably now I'm hearing the fire codes as well, and that's going to be expensive.
That would be the most expensive part of the project, and it is priced in one of the reports. Right, but it would need to be updated, so it would probably be. It's not going to be cheaper, put it that way. So
at this point, the low hanging fruit is really the insulation in the attic.
It is.
yeah, I would say.
Right, but everything else, I'm just feeling like there's a lot of sporadic stuff, and I'm wondering what your opinion is about getting an architect to give us a holistic picture and a stepped guide to get through it.
Are you looking at changing spaces or upgrading the energy system?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's important to look at that as long as we're doing this, because we don't have a community center to say this is kind of it, and it has to serve multiple hats.
Yeah, in my opinion, that'd be a whole different scope of if you're changing the spaces, then you'd really have to look at the energy systems that would conform to that after you've done the changes. That design would have to come first. So if that's under consideration, basically you're matching your energy systems to the space. If you do renovate that, certainly more time, more expense, but it does give you time to maybe update some insulation. If you're putting in different walls, different partitions, you could insulate. The key to energy efficiency is make the building as efficient as you can, and then work on your systems, especially if you have a new building, but this is an existing building. But as the more efficient your building is, obviously, the smaller your energy systems need to be to heat and cool it, and the less you'll have to pay to do that over time.
So it's probably really stupid, but I would really love to know, when you're talking about a geothermal and you're talking about heat pumps, are there two types of heat pumps?
Yes.
More than two, actually, yeah. The geothermal is basically water to air heat pumps in this system where you'd be taking groundwater, which is a constant temperature of around 55 degrees. And you're going to hear a lot more of that in Vermont, I think. I really think geothermal systems are a solution for Vermont that has a lot of places where it can be used, but it's got a lot of applications and it really fits. It uses very little energy once the wells are drilled and once the piping is in place. And it's a constant temperature. The air-to-air heat pumps, which are typically what you see in houses, right? Those work completely on air temperature, and that's the problem. If you work with air-to-air heat pumps with the unit outside, you're trying to get heat out of whatever temperature the air is outside, which might be below zero in the wintertime. The amazing thing is with modern technology, you can actually pull heat out of air that cold, but that system is working very hard. I wouldn't trust it in a building of this size, probably. You could use, but I mean, that's under the worst conditions, probably under 90%, 85% of your conditions, you could use that. You probably would need some type of backup.
And I've read lots of stuff about Vermont being old and cold and not a good place for.
Cold enough.
It's funny. I grew up in Vermont. I moved to Arizona. I was trained on heat pumps in Arizona. And they said, don't use heat pumps when it gets below 20 degrees. Don't even try it. It's ridiculous. However, that's 10 years ago technology. And that's a known problem and a huge potential for heat pump companies if they can figure out a way to make cold service heat pumps, which they have. So now they are very efficient. They can heat a house. They can heat spaces. The beautiful thing with heat pumps is you can section off your building so you're not heating the whole building to one temperature. You can have your zones in your house and in places like this. But but I think today's technology is much, much better, but you still should have some type of backup. And I think that's one thing maybe the state isn't focusing on enough is some type of backup when you do rely totally on electric heat pumps.
The old and cold saying is what I got from literature, and it means the ground. The rocks are old and cold, and it's not good for heat pumps.
No,
for the
that's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think it's
right?
No.
We're all
Are you talking Iceland?
No,
Come on.
I'm talking about Vermont.
Iceland has heat as well.
I'm talking 55 degrees.
I don't know. I'm just asking the question because I read it.
Oh, let's ask the expert.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's conditional. There's probably places where that is maybe true. And I think, it's like any technology, you'd have to look at your site and do a site analysis to make sure that it is acceptable here. I have not heard that I have not heard of a place where they could not.
It was a UV
drill.
I don't know.
What do they know? No, just kidding. Sorry.
How much land space would you need to put in the heat pumps?
That's when we really need,
Say for this building. Presumably these guys, we don't have a lot of land.
I know, that's not, yeah.
The parking lot is half owned, and the driveway, I think, is half owned by the church. And half
That
owned by
would give
the
you an
town.
idea of the space that was.
Would that take out the whole parking lot and driveway for a while?
It would, yes, yeah. Yeah, I believe they could do it in sections, but that's when we really, if that's really the way to go. And I think we've already talked about having the contractor come in and he can fill us in on the details of exactly how that would be done and how much land they need to be done. The thing to think about when you get into large systems for buildings like this is geothermal networks. And you're not just cooling and heating one building, but you can heat and cool the other building that you share on the parking lot. Utilities now, and this is why I'm saying geothermal is probably going to be one of the technologies you hear a lot about in Vermont, is because the utilities are actually talking about putting in large geothermal networks and having, instead of propane or natural gas piped into houses, but having actual heat pump fluids or geothermal heating fluids all down the road that's heating and cooling all the buildings down the road, and having big loops where that's done. Picking up heat in places like sewage treatment plants or processes. If you have buildings that have excess heat, instead of just sending that out to the atmosphere, large buildings, commercial ovens, things like that, that heat can actually be collected and put into the loop and brought into the network. So
Sounds a little tough in a little town like this.
it does, yeah. I think there's a few towns where that fits pretty well. It definitely fits in cities, but it really, I mean, that's just saying that, if you do have buildings in close proximity, that is a possibility.
How about water? You need some water, you say, especially if you do the water to air. How much water do you need, and do you have to flush out that water? What happens with that water?
There's again, when you ask if there's two different types of heat pumps, there's many different types of heat pumps. And one of them, they actually drill down and get into water. If there's groundwater that's a constant temperature, they'll actually drill down and sometimes even use that water as a fluid. Typically, though, they'll have a fluid in the piping, which is pretty much like antifreeze type of solution. That's specifically designed to
replenishing that, or is that sort of
over time? Sure. I mean, that's probably the one maintenance item that you have in the system is every, 5-10 years, possibly. You might possibly keep replenishing that.
Does the water evaporate, or do you have to just exchange it at some point? It's in pipes.
Yeah, it's in pipes. So I don't know if I can say exactly what the maintenance schedule would be on that, but there would be some type of schedule on that, like changing the antifreeze in your car over time. I don't know if it's the heating and cooling, the heating and cooling cycles over time that just would wear out that the fluid, or what would happen.
Water department. We have a small water department.
Yep, been there. Yeah.
And he seemed to think that there was some sort of issue with the waters. And I wasn't.
The water.
I mean, we have plenty of water in terms of the source, but it was as if there was some other issue that had to do with water. I mean, I didn't get into a detail.
Yeah, and it wouldn't really affect your water system.
But the water doesn't have to be discharged.
No, it's a closed system. There are open loop systems, but those are under special conditions where you have a lot of groundwater. And usually pretty deep wells. When they call it geothermal, they're going way down for that type. But if there is a location with a lot of groundwater, they can often use that groundwater as a source. So,
But Jeff, am I hearing you say that basically you're a proponent of this geothermal stuff, and you think that the lists that we were talking about, that's the combined agreement of the two reports, you think that's the way to go?
I do. There's a few, it needs to be investigated a little bit further. There's a few gaps that need to be filled. I think even with a geothermal system, you do need to have some type of backup in case you lose grid power, for example. So you'd need either batteries would make sense because they don't use a lot of power for the components of a geothermal system once it's installed. But yeah, I think it would be a good fit, but we'd have to know more details to investigate that further.
How do you suggest we get that information?
Glad you asked. I would recommend a MERP energy assessment. It's a free energy assessment. I think you're familiar with MERP, the Municipal Energy Resilience Program.
That's the one you talked to us about previously.
That's the one I talked to you about. That's the one I'll be here tomorrow working with Debbie to gather the information to finish that up. I strongly recommend that because it's free, it's independent. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're just going to give you information about what the best solution is. And they'll be the ones to really answer the question. I'll admit something, answer if that's really the way to go. They'll be able to go the technical details. I'm admitting something to you now. I'm more of a generalist when it comes to these energy systems. When you really get into the technical details of exactly how deep the wells have to be, how much water do you use, when you have to change the systems, that's when we pull the experts in that install the systems. They can tell you exactly how to do that.
So what is the gateway?
I would say, but now, like everything, it's a little conditional because I have no idea once you apply for that, how long it would take to get the audit. And depending on how quickly you need to move, I would think the assessment would be done hopefully before the snow falls. I hate to even say that word right now, but well, maybe because it's been so hot, but
slower than rain.
right. So, I mean, there's still a few variables. One is long-term solution, short-term solution. Is there a dire solution where something needs to be done very soon to make sure you can get through the winter? I really doubt, especially with all the contractors, they're going to be working on repair from the recent flooding. It's going to delay any other project that's not completely spec'd out and ready to go right now, I think. So it's going to be time, just to be honest and upfront, that I think that would close the loop on the information that you need compared to what you have. You've got some really good background information here. There's some good technical details. There's some ideas that are great ideas, but not proven. Is that something we even want to investigate further or not? I think I might agree with that, but the other thing is, if you go with the assessment and the energy audit, then you can, really get an idea of what the best way is to go forward, I think. And hopefully we can keep everything running in the meantime. And if that needs to be addressed, that's a whole different issue that can be discussed as well. So
the MERP, as I understood, we were applying for.
So as an update,
They're coming to collect the data.
we
Yes.
pushed the button there last week. Debbie and Jeff worked on the application, which was fairly straightforward. And now we have to provide some of the building details, so drawings and whatnot. And we're in the
Architectural drawings.
So my question is, what happens if we?
Well, we're going to get, I think the audit is something that we're guaranteed to get.
Yep. Yes. Yep.
The grant that follows that audit is not a guarantee. It's a competitive grant.
It's competitive, and it's pretty strongly based on the energy burden of your town. That's the price. It's detailed in another report. I won't get into the details too much, but basically it averages out the average amount of the average income of the town that is spent on energy. And the good news is most people in this town are very capable and able to pay their energy bills. The bad news is that's not good for the MERP, because they're looking at towns that really have a problem, where people have a problem paying their energy bills. That's what they're focusing on. So I would say getting the actual grant, to be honest, is 50-50 at best because of your low energy burden. And it's going to really depend a lot on how many people apply in the town. It's a very well-funded program, but it's also, that's a criteria that they use. So.
Audit is assured.
I'm sorry?
The audit is assured.
No, even that, okay. We've worked with this. The group that's putting out the audit is new at doing audits. They tell us that there is plenty of funding and they will do audits and do assessments until the money is, as long as there's money available to do the audits, which is a significant amount. So I think there's no problem getting the audit, especially because I think we're going to be one of the first towns to actually submit everything. Most of the actual application is in, and now we have to just input the documentation. And you should be in the first round of assessments. So that is a very, very good chance. I'm not going to say anything is 100% these days. So I don't want to get the hopes up and say absolutely guaranteed, but it's very, I would be very confident that yes, you will get the assessment. So,
Jeff, do you think it's fair to say, just looking at the budget that EEI put out, that the proportional cost for the ventilation was maybe 2 or 3 times that of the actual heating system? Would that be fair to say?
I believe you are right on about that. Yes.
Because I think that is something that was not readily understood when this project was being proposed.
Mm-hmm.
But I had our local contractor say, well, how expensive is it to drill holes in the ground? Why is this coming over as,
Mm-hmm.
multi-million-dollar project? And it seemed to me that the ventilation aspects were the reason. And they just seem like, well, how could heating ducts cost that much? But I think it's something for all of us to think about going forward, that we have to deal with that problem. We want to deal with that problem for the health of the people who use the building.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just it's kind of a perception that has to do with perhaps renovation projects. So
yeah, the geothermal. those are two different things. The geothermal obviously is a lot of drilling and connecting them. And actually, it looks like the ventilation is about twice, which did surprise me at first, but I haven't done a detailed look of what's existing in the building. I think I saw in the report that there's no ventilation
Yeah, it might
for
be
the most part now. There's
just, running into
Right.
walls and so forth. So
Right.
sort of mundane stuff. but it
Yeah.
needs to be done.
right. And there is a chance, like there's another few things in the favor too. One is the Inflation Reduction Act right now, and I need to verify this, but I believe there's a 30% tax rebate on geothermal systems. So 30% of the actual geothermal system could be covered in a tax rebate. That has recently changed so that towns and municipalities can actually get that tax rebate, even if you're not paying tax, typically you'd be tax exempt and you would not have access to that, but they have just changed the laws so that geothermal will have that. I did talk to EEI. We've got other projects going with that company at the moment, and that's what they're working with. It. So I think
Does
I
the
think there's a
Inflation Reduction Act also, give grants for improved ventilation?
no right now, probably not. But there's a chance you could do your ventilation in phases. It's typical when you have a building to come into compliance. If you're not in compliance, many grants will say that you have to bring the building back 20% into compliance, or 20% of your funds have to bring the building more into compliance, but you don't have to be 100% into compliance. Yeah, so you could phase it in. Right. And there's a chance you could phase in and say, okay, we're going to do heating and 20% of the ventilation in the key areas, and we have a plan to do the rest of the ventilation a few years down the road. So there's a number of ways that can be structured, depending on what's available in the grants. But there's significant grants available, not just MERP. There's a USDA grant I'm going to check into also, because I'm not as confident that the funds will be available for you. But in any case, what we're doing with MERP is a step at a time. You've applied for the mini grant. You've got that $4,000 grant. That can be actually used to pay for other assessments if you need that done. Definitely apply for the assessment, because we were told initially that it's 100%, but it's still there's cases where it may not be, but we still think again, we had that discussion. It's a very good chance you'll get that energy assessment. Then we can get to the point where, okay, will we get an actual grant for this project? Or a fourth option is a loan. There's also a MERP loan that will give low interest loans for projects like this also. So I expect there'll be some type of grant money available. I don't know what yet. The tax rebate, I think, is another thing we can probably count on. Again, this is all very high level at this point and all needs to be confirmed, but things to think about. So some type of grant, I'm quite sure we'll be able to get some funding for that. There's the IRA, and then there's loan funding if nothing else, or even in combination with those as well. So
We are in a dire situation. We need a solution for this winter. What would you recommend?
from what I've seen, you're going to need some type of backup with heat pumps. I'm a proponent of Article 36. It says we don't want to use any more fossil fuels ever. We're done. That's it. I'm not 100% convinced that's realistic in every case. I almost hate to say this, and I say this with a grain of salt because I really think we should look at different options. But for short term, getting a high efficiency oil burner, if you're set up, might be the way to get you through the winter. And as newer systems come in, you would use that system less and less and less, and you could gradually phase that out and go. But if you need something to get you through the winter, what are the other options really? It's either use primarily what you have or spend money that you may not, use long term. So I just think if you really need to do something short term, that might be the way to go.
So a quick thing, because I know I don't want this board to hear like, oh, there's like a third thing we can wait for, right? So think it'll be useful to get another assessment. I think it was like an interesting conversation between what's an audit and sort of an assessment, right? I think like what should be really clear is that we need to, it's electrification, right?
Exactly.
So whether it is ground source or air source, like we're looking at heat pumps for this building, right? I think the ground source, if anything, I had more questions around like, in order to dig the wells, we needed to get like an easement access, and we had to do probably what was an extensive legal agreement. And so I think, anyway, I think there are separate, perhaps promising things to gain from that. But I think like electrification or heat pumps are like a key part of like the agreement. And the other thing I would say is I think in terms of community support, I think like people can generally be on board with like elimination of fossil fuels. People definitely want ventilation and safe and healthy building, I would hope, post pandemic. But I do think in terms of this idea of like architectural studies or envisioning, it would be pretty amusing, I think, to get a new energy efficient building and then have this carpet from, 1980 still with us, right?
Oh yeah.
So I think that this board needs to think about, and I think one of the, and I don't want to speak for his thinking. In fact, we never benefited from having his thinking. I think some of the hesitation Rod had with that, the former town manager had with that Unite proposal is you have a gym with these windows in a situation where the building is cited as part of the downtown historical district, right? Like what sort of a control package, how are you really going to do something to a gymatorium, right? And so I think
EER said that too.
So
They want to do it.
and so I think there's like something interesting for this board to say, in addition to, electrifying and doing insulation and proper ventilation and controls package, we will also be doing a space needs assessment that will involve the community in what that community space looks like. Because the gym, like, I think is a community space. I don't know how extensively aware everyone is and how it functions as a community space. This is a meeting space. It was not lost on me that like the chief sort of had to sit kind of in front of that column, right? So I do think you should build an energy project around one, but this idea of revamping a community space, because you will bring people with you.
So we're
in
getting
that
back
process.
to that, I think.
So what I'm saying is, I think I just want to be clear, electrification, whether the audit tells us that it's better for fossil fuels and long-term payback if you do ground source, but it needs to be at least air source. We need to insulate the attic, and we need to do a controls package. Go out to bid tomorrow on these questions.
Oh, hold that thought. Priscilla, I'll let you ask your question. I think we should wrap up because Jeff has kind of done what Jeff was going to do.
Right
now, we're going to wait until we hear the results of the MERP, and hopefully we're going to get a good audit. Priscilla.
What concerns me is that the idea that the board is already jumping to the conclusion that we know exactly what we should do, and it's geothermal, and we are not considering other alternatives. And I think one of the problems we had with the previous vote 3 years ago was that there was a feeling in town that other alternatives were not considered. I mean, I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention myself to the board at that time, and maybe the board did have some discussion, but it felt as though, folks, here you go, $2 million project, boom. And it was like, whoa, what, and some people said, did you look at something else? And it was that. So I think we need to consider something, not immediately jump to the conclusion and say, bingo, geothermal, here we go. I think we need to examine some other possibilities that might.
We haven't had a vote.
Just to clarify, I didn't say ground source. I said electrification. I said heat pumps.
But we still haven't voted. So
No, we have.
point taken. Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay.
And now do we have some? Oh,
Not sure.
Lily, did you have a comment or question about this?
Yeah, I would just, sorry, I had to go home and do bedtime. I would just urge you all to really look to this winter. I know there have been some thoughts about going remote for the winter or not being able to work at Tracy Hall, but I'm statutorily required to be in Tracy Hall, and Bonnie and Judy were there all through the pandemic. I can't offer access to the documents in the vault as I'm legally required to do if I can't be in the building. So, well, it's great to have this forward planning. Please also think for the short term that I'm going to have to be there regardless of whether there's heat or anything else.
I think we all have to remember a lot of comments are thrown out by board members, but no decisions have been made. Thank you, Lily. Jeff?
One further comment is, I agree that other types of technology should be considered, and they were. There is a study that I just found this week that did look into different types of heat sources. So I'll make that available to Brendan and we can talk about that and pass that out as well. So,
thank you.
But that is a good point. I think at this point, none of us, I don't think we're really involved in all these studies were done, and we do need to make sure that all options are considered for the best solution at this point. So.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, thank you very much for coming in tonight and spending this much time with us. It's much appreciated.
Yeah, I'll see you in the morning.
Well stated. Do we have Jamie Teague with us? Jamie Teague, are you here?
Yeah, Jamie had to go, but this is Neil. I can try to help.
Oh, Neil, thank you very much. Neil O'Dell, would you like to speak to the issue of the proposed hookup for the Tracy Hall septic system with a new system being planned for the school?
Yeah, so my understanding after having some conversations with Jamie is this came about when a question came about whether or not the use of ARPA funds would be available to help offset the cost of the septic installation at Marion Cross.
Yes.
I believe in some conversations that folks had with Two Rivers, the end result of that is no. But if the town was interested in perhaps connecting with the septic system that we're working on over at Marion Cross.
Can you hold on a second? Linda Cook, can you close the door?
It's too noisy.
Could you try again? Pam,
I think we actually have to maintain open doors for the
open meeting. Sort of makes sense. All right, Neil, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. We couldn't hear because of talking. So go ahead, please.
No, that's fine. So, yeah, I think that the where we are right now is that Marion Cross is in the permitting phase, and so if the town was interested in joining along in connecting to the septic system that we're implementing at Marion Cross, we'd be more than happy to have those conversations with you all. It's our understanding that it would be a select board decision if you guys wanted to participate. Which then would allow you to use those ARPA funds, which we don't have access to.
Right. Okay, so tell us how we get information so that we can put it into the decisional pot.
I guess my question would be, what types of information do you need?
Well, we're all about the money. So we want to know basically, when are you doing this? How much would it cost? What else do we need to know? Mary?
Would think about the sort of septic needs of Tracy Hall and how proportional they are to the needs over at the school, and whether that would affect an agreement in which we share the cost. In other words, if we only need a small fraction, if we need, let's say that we combine the systems, but Tracy Hall we use 5%. Would it be fair for us to help pay for it on a proportional basis as well?
So what about, that brings up a question about costs going forward. So I guess we'd want to know that, so that what would it cost to hook up? Is it a proportional cost? Is it just a factual cost? And how much would the expenses be to participate going forward, if any?
It would be sort of like a lease or something.
Right. We just need to know more about how it would be structured. Priscilla,
Okay.
did you have a question? No.
Yeah, so I can certainly, bring that back to Jamie. I mean, I think from our perspective, this is, we're open to coming up with an agreement that works for you guys and works for us. So I wouldn't say that, we would slide a proposal across the table and you either accept or reject it. I think that there could be definitely some discussion to be had there.
Okay, and it would also be good to know what you have for a timeline or deadline.
Yep.
And I think we have a member of the audience, Matt Sweat.
Only because this is topical. I spoke in regards to the septic system issue. I was actually talking to Ben a little while ago about what happened here. And so to relay what he said, that he didn't really feel like historically there was any septic problem, that as long as the tank here is pumped every year, and they fell out of that regularity during COVID. As long as that's maintained, and he felt like it was appropriately sized and septic was working fine. The one problem that they had was after a large party here, during that party, there was a actual clog in the pipe that goes to the septic system, and people just kept slamming it, and with more and more stuff until it became like a serious issue.
Enough information.
Yeah, sorry. But that's good information in that the septic problem, like the leach field and everything was fine. The holding tank was totally fine. It was like a one-time kind of problem. And I think got adopted as like something's failing with the septic system. And so when Jay's septic service came out here, they said even that tank, was about half full. It was fine. It was literally just that there was a serious clog, and that was unfortunate. But that does happen in other people's houses too.
So typical, it's just an annual pumping.
Yeah, he said that on an annual cycle, that was what was appropriate, seemed to keep up with everything. And as long as when people see, like, if someone in the future were to see a problem with what's going down that is not going away, keep flushing, like, don't do stuff like that, because he was able to deal with it pretty easily. Once he was alerted, he didn't even need to snake the system. So I'm just putting it out there. I would say that before you kind of pursue a lot more intricate and expensive situations, you should be sure that you really have a problem you're trying to fix.
So do we not?
And I could be wrong. I'm only relaying all the information that Ben told me.
I have a little more. So I did a little research as well, and we normally pump once a year, and it costs us $875.
Wow.
So it's not a extensive cost for what seems to be.
Sounds like it's not a problem.
So
Yes, Roger.
can I, so I don't know anything about treating all septic system. Is it, so I think, like, for the future work, I want to know, is it a drywall septic system, right? Which I think is grandfathered since 2007 under, like, state wastewater standards. So I want to know what the snapshot is currently. And then I would like to know what is the capacity if this system fails, right? God forbid, and we need to put in a future system. If we don't have the capacity or the land to put in that future system, would we have regretted not taking advantage of this opportunity? So I would need to know if the status of the existing system, and then because I can tell you that if mine fails, right, I have to pump up a hill to a quarter acre. So I know about my existing septic and then the future. So I would like to know the same for this building.
So I will confirm this. My understanding is that we do not have a system. We have a tank.
Yes.
Effluent goes into the tank and is pumped out. So I think there's no real system to fail there. It's a tank.
It's out there, huh? When we have a big
I believe
list.
it's in the back. Yeah. So I can try to reconfirm that, but that's always been my understanding of our septic system. It's not a leach field. It's not a place that's leaching into the ground. It's held, contained, and then taken offsite.
But if I believe that there's a problem with the existing system, you couldn't replace it with the existing system. I don't know if that's true. So I would like to know if we have to consider, if we have to be vigilant against a future problem with this current opportunity, let's say, although I don't really know what an LD was or whatever we decided to vote on. But yes.
Okay, so I think we still want information from the school district. Thank you, Matt and Brennan and Mary. You want to wrap this up?
I don't know if I want to wrap it up, but I just have, I think it's good that we're talking about all these different possibilities. And I also appreciate that Hannah Priscilla went to do one good heating systems at the middle school in Lancashire. So they're, researching that. I noticed we got a letter from the architect associates.
I was referring to the septic.
Just the septic part?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just to, because we got Neil on the line.
No, I think on the septic, yes, but I think also that we're having a wide ranging conversation. We're talking about different elements, or not really talking about circling back to our idea of perhaps having an architect.
We're getting,
having the list of all the things, like what Roger's saying, is the grandfather just like the ventilation system? Architect would go through all that, and also we've had a talk about the energy systems. But even as Jeff Grapp says, well, if you're going to reconfigure the space, you got to also kind of figure that out first, and then you figure out your energy. So it's like a big puzzle. So first, I don't want to leave anything out.
No. I just wanted to go through it one at a time. And so Neil, I wanted to say thank you very much for being here, and we'll look forward to hearing more from you to, again, put all of this into the hopper.
Yep, I will get the request over to Jamie and have her follow up. And I'll just add, I do think that there's a potential here for a win-win for the town. If the ARPA monies aren't designated for something else, it certainly could help the tax rate collectively, both, homestead education tax rate and the town tax rate.
Just to clarify, what we've done with the ARPA monies is use it for salaries, and then the unexpended amount in the budget that didn't have to be used for the salaries is the excess that we're now determining what to do with.
I'm sure if I could say something.
Okay. And just want to make sure, Neil, I'm wrapping up Neil.
I have something that relates to Neil.
So
I think
Neil, did you have a question about that, or did you understand what I said?
Nope, I understood.
Okay, Pam.
I think it would be a good idea to get the hard costs from the school system on what a hookup would cost.
That's what we just said.
Right. And then we can compare that with the system we have now and determine whether it makes sense to make a change or stay with what we have.
This is a collecting information session. Okay, so we've finished with the septic issues. Now let's circle back, because we had a memo from Priscilla about your exploration. So you want to add anything to what you gave us?
I'm sorry I got it to you all so late, and I hope it can be put into a future packet so that members of the public can see it too. Brandon, can you have correspondence? Brandon, do that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to go into the next packet.
Yeah. We looked at, we thought we should see what's around. Richmond School, Hanover High, they have wood chip boilers in a while. Probably not at all something we want to do. I mean, we remember the brouhaha when Dartmouth said he was going to do wood chip. Or a number of reasons. You take whole trees and you put them through the chipper and you cut down a lot of forests, and there's a lot of particulate matter, all that stuff. And also they probably don't make a system small enough for a building this size. That's a gross summary. The Montshire, interestingly, and it's a museum of science, they did not want to consider geothermal. I don't know why. I didn't probe them on that. They have wood pellets, which are quite different, since 80% of the pellets come from waste products from lumber things, and they burn more cleanly. And if you had a chance to read what I wrote, you might not have, because it came out very late. That's a very automated system. I have a frustration, which I expressed in there, that 3 years ago when we had the proposal from EEI, it was $1.8 million. At the same time, there was a proposal from Lime Green Heat for a pellet system that was $95,500, which is an enormous price difference. I recognize that was just a pellet burner system. It didn't include, insulation and
Ventilation.
all this. Yeah, the ventilation, which was, over $900,000 of the 1.8. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting option. It could be done here. It wouldn't take up any more space. It could be put in very quickly. You could fit the burners in the same room we've got now. You wouldn't need a fossil fuel backup burner at all. So there'd be much bigger rebates.
Need a bin though.
Yeah, you need to have a storage bin. Exactly.
Where that would go.
Well, depending, you might be able to put one on the outside of the building where we have the compressors and
Take a parking spot or two.
No, it wouldn't have to be that big.
Stage or something.
It could be, but they don't have to be that big.
Doesn't it bring us back to, if you change from the oil burner, you have to go through the Vermont Commercial Building Energy Standards Code?
You'd still have 600K, and yeah.
You might. I mean, that's a question that we didn't ask when we were at the Montshire. We didn't ask if they did that. And I haven't asked, the Lime Green Heat guys that. It's a question we need to ask them. You're right.
But that's a permitting question that has to do with the fact that the building is grandfathered. It doesn't have to do with, what the Montshire did or what the Richmond School did. Right. A different situation.
No, but we need to know if we're going to put, it may seem like a much cheaper alternative, but if it turns out, well, by the time you do all the insulate, it's the ventilation that's the killer. It's pretty cheap to insulate an attic.
Exactly.
That's one thing. And it makes a huge difference. But
ventilation is a really hard one.
It can be. I don't know if, it was necessary to have it. There are no particulars of this ventilation system. I don't know if it had to be that fancy and expensive. I don't know. I don't know what.
Well, it's only one bid as well, which we have a problem with because that seems to be sometimes
inevitable.
We've had 3 situations where it's one bid.
I know.
So what we've now got is a variety of information about a few things. And we know that we have this MERP energy audit upcoming. I think we know that. And then we'll have more information. So I'm wondering if we want to table all of this until we get that budget.
I just made it clear earlier that I think we should get the MERP, but I don't need, but I'm fairly confident that the MERP report will repeat elements of what the 2 previous. So it's like, how much more information do you need to validate where you already know to be true, right? Like, I don't need to wait, right? I need to talk about a process, but I've already made that point.
Well, before I move on here, we haven't talked about the Mudge letter. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I guess as you saw in the packet, we have a memo that was crafted after the architect's visit to Tracy Hall. And instead of kind of just coming in and offering advice, they suggest we consider going through a formal request for proposals to actually engage with an architectural firm. They're not guaranteed to be that firm, but they would certainly be able to come in with a bid for the work. So I think it's fairly self-explanatory what has been written there. I guess the question would be, is that the next step in our path here with Tracy Hall? Do we want to think about that a little more and come back to it, or are we ready to say, yeah, let's push a button and move forward with just the RFP to see what we can get for proposals?
Okay, Mary?
I like going in this direction. I think for support from Priscilla, at least about architects. I also think tonight we've talked about energy efficiency and ventilation and insulation. We haven't talked, and I think Roger kind of touched upon how do we use the space. And that, I think we need to have a significant conversation about how the public uses the space and how the workforce uses the space. And are there just kind of traditions that have happened where people end up in a space which may not be the ideal space for what they need to do.
Right.
So I think that's really important. And I'm not sure, I think an architect might be a person to do that.
Space needs assessment.
Right.
And
I agree. We need a proposal from an architectural firm, which, you know, the RFP process would get us that firm. We need a grand plan. We need to know what it will cost. We need to know if it can be done in phases, or if it's, you know, we need to shut the building down for 6 months or a year to completely gut the building and redo everything. So I would say, yes, we need an RFP so that we can hire an architect to create a grand plan for us and tell us what's the best way to go about this and what will it cost.
we know we have this MERP thing in the process. Does anyone want to make a motion for an architect or an RFP?
Could we also, we should discuss the funding source for that, because I wouldn't want to issue an RFP without a ability to pay for that if we selected someone. I don't even really have a ballpark of what we're talking about, so it's difficult to guess. I think we would want to associate the request to go out to bid with a line item that we would use to pay for it.
You want to say this, Pam? Maybe, I think Pam's probably going to say what I'm going to say.
We do have a fund with $110,000 in it, an operational something or other. I
Or
forget
the very thing.
the formal name, but
What a
we do have
visionary
a fund.
board who developed that.
Can't imagine.
No comment.
That's great. I don't know that we need to attach a number to it other than that would be the source.
Yep.
Should we select a firm?
And that would be part of the responses that we get is what would their services cost?
I mean, I think, I know that everyone is convinced by the expertise of an architect, and that's fine. I do think that the RFP that you're developing is a space needs assessment that would likely be performed by an architect or an architectural firm. But I don't think your RFP should limit that set of expertise if the RFP proves that they have the competencies and capabilities and past experiences to have done the work. So it's called a space needs assessment. It's pretty standard.
Right. So I was thinking more that it would be a more comprehensive approach by the architect, that the space needs analysis we haven't talked much about. I think we need a lot of help with it. We've talked extensively about energy, ventilation, and reconfiguration. I think we need an architect for all of those elements.
I don't think you're issuing RFP for a set of expertise. It is the burden of the respondent to prove their capabilities. It will probably be an architect, but I don't think you should assume. The RFP might reveal that the project requires more than just architectural questions, and they will be sort of a multidisciplinary firm who can do that work. The project manager may also be an architect. So I think we need to do an RFP. I think we understand that we have architectural questions, but I don't think you should just say, like, we seek an architectural firm to do. I think
Most architectural firms work with engineers.
I made my point.
So just for discussion, so what's been proposed in this one-page memo is basically a scope of work per se that we would put into the RFP document. Are people comfortable? These are the issues we would like to see addressed, and if so, it helps us a lot.
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Anybody else comfortable with this letter? No. Mary is. Pam is. Priscilla is. Roger thinks it's too open. It's too narrow.
I don't think you should name that you want an architect in your RFP. I think you should name that you're doing a space needs assessment. But ultimately, Brennan is going to be interested with writing this. So he's noted my, as he often says, he's noted my feedback. So great.
I think we should aim for an architect and tell him and see what he says. Mary, would you like to make a motion?
At some point.
Mary, if you're going to.
John Christian, I'll get to you when we've had a motion on the floor and we have
Fund, it's the Operational Performance and Development Fund.
Well, you don't need to name cost. You're just like doing RFP. And then when you get the RFP, then you decide where you want to spend the money, but we don't need.
Okay.
Just, right. I mean, to do that, but.
I don't know what motion she's making.
Right.
All right, one at a time.
How do we do this?
Well, you could say I authorize the interim town manager to draft or develop
An RFP to gauge. Let's see, who would be?
an architect.
About a professional.
Yeah. I think you should engage what service you want performed, not engage
Right,
like the expert, like
a professional.
my RFP at all.
Two, I would describe our scope here.
Establish goals for the Tracy Hall project and create design options to meet those goals. It's right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, it's right there in the.
In the letter.
Right?
Yeah.
Goals for
The project.
the Tracy Hall project.
Yeah.
Tracy Hall project and create design options to meet those goals. Okay, so I move to authorize the interim town manager to develop an RFP to engage a professional to establish goals for the Tracy Hall project and to create design options to meet those goals.
Point of order.
Could you add an issue to develop an issue?
Excuse me?
So to
Develop an
develop this
issue.
creates.
Yes. Okay, and Marcia, what was your?
Just Brendan.
Okay, so let me just read it again. Move to authorize the interim town manager to develop an issue, an RFP, to engage a professional to establish goals for the Tracy Hall project and to create design options to meet these goals, those goals.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll say.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor?
Question?
Excuse me, we have.
Sorry, you're right. Thank you. I was moving too quickly.
Thank you.
I promised John he'd be first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John. I apologize.
Thank you. That's quite all right. I have two comments to make. First of all, we already have goals for Tracy Hall. The voters of this town overwhelmingly voted to rapidly phase out the use of fossil fuels in municipal facilities, and that is the direction to the select board, which stands unchallenged. It was like a 3-to-1 vote, and everybody knows that Tracy Hall needs. I'm frozen. Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you.
Thank you. Everybody knows that Tracy Hall, as our largest source of carbon emissions, needs to eliminate the combustion of fuels in order to heat the facility. That is our obligation under every scientific study and under the direction of the town. So we should definitely include in the RFP that the goals that the contractor is being asked to meet is to rapidly phase out the use of fossil fuels in Tracy Hall in accordance with the vote of the town. The second point I would like to make is that burning anything emits carbon dioxide. And the Article 36 task force was quite clear that non-combustion alternatives are to be considered here. And this went under, this was a policy developed with unanimous consensus of a broadly diverse group of people who the select board named, and we do not believe in combustion as a solution to the Tracy Hall problem. Finally, I'm hearing a lot of talk about architect, and I would like to be delicate in this and not, I'd like to apologize if I appear to be tendentious here. But if we are to select an architect, it should be an architect chosen not because of friendship with any board member, not because of side conversations that a board member has had with an architect. And if any member of the board needs to recuse herself from discussions of who this architect should be on the basis of friendship or other conversations that have not been made in public meetings, then that recusal should occur. We need to be squarely looking at the fact that we have a climate crisis and we recognize the parameters with which we have to deal with it, and that we're going to make responsible decisions to address the climate crisis without personal preference. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think that goes without saying, and those kinds of questions would be asked. Okay. Ms. Cook.
Going through with this, we all understand it, but what is out there for near future and further on other options that may be more viable if we waited? Have we explored what is out there coming and how that would impact us and the goal here and what is going to be designed or not? What is the goal? Does the public know the goal and support it? They support the fossil fuel, there's no question. But what's the building going to be used for? And how long will it last? 10 years? 15? Or what are we looking at?
I think Roger made some big reference to community involvement, and I think.
I know, I'm just waiting because I'm hearing we're getting close, but we haven't really got the public. Or what is it going to be again? Yeah,
I think we're too close yet. I think we're just in the collection phase.
Still collecting that?
Right.
Okay, because the picture could be either cheaper or more expensive, what we wanted.
Right.
Don't know. Okay. As long as I know you're still headed that way.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're still vague. Thank you. So, Mary, are you confident with your motion?
Yeah, I'm confident.
Can you repeat it?
All right. See if I can repeat it. Let's see. I move to authorize the interim town manager to develop and issue an RFP to engage a professional to establish goals for the Tracy Hall project and to create design options to meet those goals.
Thank you. And we had a second by Priscilla.
That's
No, like the
just
motion.
that we need design options, though. I don't think we should assume that the end product would be any kind of redesign.
I think that your design options can mean a lot of things. It could mean a building, it could mean a particular attribute of the building, something that we're purchasing. I mean, there's a lot of design stuff that we're talking about. So it's pretty open-ended.
Well, okay, let's say a design option is maximum energy efficiency, and another design option is space noise analysis. I mean, maybe, maybe that's how we would think about it.
To create.
Or a third one might be don't wreck the historic character, and the fourth one might be, I don't know, don't use energy in the first place.
Well, here's the thing. We try and get too clever with our direction. I think what we're doing is ignoring the fact that they're going to be talking to people.
I'm not suggesting to put all those ideas into it. I'm just saying that in creating design options, all of those elements might be present, and there might be other elements too.
Mm-hmm. So we don't need to tell them their job, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, one design option is lighting.
Right.
Another would be where you put your electrical outlets, and if you wanted to redesign your electrical, systems. It might be just, different uses of space or something. Or it could even be what color you paint the walls. I mean, really. Get the internet connection better. I don't know.
Okay, Pam?
I'm just wondering if Brennan has a clear picture of what we'd like so that he knows what to put in the RFP.
I will make the RFP fairly broad, and we will solicit ideas from outside professionals. But I think
You present the
I don't need any
RFP
more
to
guidance.
us, and if we feel that we want to make some changes, we can make the changes at that time. If we feel
He's
that,
going to write and issue
that we
it,
need
that was the
That's what
motion.
you're asking me to do in the motion.
That was, he added
Okay.
that for us.
Okay. I think I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Sure.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. I think we should have a 5-minute break. And oh, yes, sir.
My name's Cole Flannery. I'm here for the beer and wine permit. And I wanted to be here in person just to address it. This is my first select board meeting too, so democracy and work, I love seeing it.
What else can you say?
You don't want to be here till midnight?
I got somewhere. Can we just reorder the
Yeah, we
agenda?
can reorder the agenda, right? Can you-
If no one I can do 5 more minutes. That's totally fine. I just want to be here to answer any questions or anything.
Maybe you could answer his questions now.
Well, I don't have questions. I wanted to answer your questions.
Why don't we just do it? You can reorder your agenda item. That's allowed under by consensus of the board.
I thought we had to do that in the beginning. I looked that up earlier.
Not
today.
reordering.
I move that we take care of this liquor license now.
I saw. Just had a motion, Marcia.
I know you did. I'm doing research.
Honestly, I think it could be the solution to a lot of people's problems.
Other adjustments to an agenda, such as changing the order of items, may be made at any time during the meeting. 1 VSA 3.
It's like I did this before.
You know what? I looked it up every single time, and I should have done it when Demo asked me to redo that.
Okay.
So, sir, will you come to the table, and then we will have.
Should we vote on that motion?
Oh,
It was tongue in cheek.
there was no. All right, wow, come to order.
Ralph was going to get confused.
All right, now, sir, what is required for this is that we have to suspend our hearing, our meeting as a select board and open our meeting as the local liquor control commission. So I don't know if you want to wait around for us to do that or not, but it is good that you're here and you can answer questions. So tell us who you are and what you do.
Okay, my name is Cole Flannery. I've been a resident of Norwich for 5 years. I graduated from Vermont Law School in 2011. My wife worked in Norwich while I was going to school there. We lived in Sharon. Prior to this, so graduated from Vermont Law, went to the Army, active duty as a judge advocate for 6 years. Practiced law in Texas after I got out for a little bit. Gave that up. We moved back here, been coaching lacrosse, raising my kids, and been waiting for an opportunity like this, honestly. In my very younger days, high school and college, I worked in a couple breweries as an assistant brewer, so I've got some background in business. And yeah, that's sort of my background in a nutshell. Go ahead. Yeah.
I have a question. Just, are you taking over the Norwich Wine and Spirits, or do you have a separate entity?
It's a separate entity. Peter did not want it. Peter and I are friends. He did not want to sell the business. He wants a clean break. And so I'm forming my own. I formed an LLC. I've signed a lease contingent on receiving a license. Don't worry. And yeah, so it's a totally new entity.
Separate entities.
Separate.
And so it's totally commercial sale of not your brewed product.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't want that. There will be no liquor though. That will be the one change as far as what's sold there.
What do you mean, no liquor?
It's a racket. The state.
What will you sell?
Beer and wine.
Oh, that's not liquor. Okay.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Not hard liquor. And I looked you up. You registered with the state.
I have. I've spoken to the chief licensing person with the state, and he told me pretty much once you guys approve, if you approve, it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah.
All right. Do we want to proceed with this at the moment?
Sure. It will take for long.
All right. Would someone like to make the first motion?
I move to recess the meeting of the select board for the purpose of executing the duties of the local control commissioners under authority of 7 VSA section 167. What's that little?
That's sec. It means everything following.
Wow.
Gee, that's. A second, Counselor.
Yeah.
Seconded by Priscilla.
Yeah.
All right.
We have to vote on that.
Yep. All in favor? Unanimous. The recess time is 9:24. Do we have a second motion?
I move to approve the liquor license application for Uncle Jam or Uncle Jamie?
It's Uncle Jam Industries, the yes, ma'am. The DBA is, the store is going to be called Half Step Beer and Wine.
Okay, but it is jam, like not
Jam, correct.
Jam.
Yeah.
Does it have an E?
It does not.
Okay, so that's a typo.
Oh,
Oh, really?
There's a typo in the motion.
On the application or?
Yeah.
It's on the
application
to
too.
the state.
I will check that out. Okay, interesting. All right. Thanks for
What way should we
catching
do
that.
this then? With the typo or without the typo?
Well, let's see what it says in the,
Oh my goodness.
Because I have all the certificate and everything for the LLC. There's no typo. And that gets populated, I think, right into the application. So I don't know how that,
Okay.
I will
well, let me look.
check with them.
Pages
It's
it
been a long time to sit here to have to come back.
I'll put you first. I'm looking for the, yeah.
Let's see if I have a copy of it, but.
I have one here. If you want to take a look at it.
Oh,
this is weird. It says local control payment status.
Yeah, it's wrong on there. It's JAME Industries,
I don't know.
because it's that way with the state too.
Yeah, I mean,
Why don't we correct it and try?
with the
it?
Secretary of State, it does not have that typo.
Just pronounce how.
I will do that.
Yeah, say jam.
I will say jam.
Let's pronounce it jam.
It is pronounced.
Switch jam.
Okay, here we go. I move to approve the liquor license application for Uncle Jam Industries DBA Half Step Beer and Wine.
I'll second that.
Gosh, I really think I looked it up on the Secretary of State's website and saw JAME, but
Yeah, this is from them, spelled correctly. Yeah,
yeah, it's just in the registration bit.
yeah. It's not on any of the other paperwork.
Oh.
Secretary of State.
I think, because do we have to sign this or anything? No, we don't have to sign it. But we just have to approve it. So I think you need to.
I'll follow up with the state and make sure that it's kosher, that there was a typo when it was approved.
And then
From there.
we need to have something else or do another action, let us know.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
On the second side of this, it says local control payment status, false. What's that?
There's a $70 fee I have to pay.
Well, it says you pay that, but then this is next to it. It says local application fee 70. Local control payment status, false?
I think it's a printout of a web-based form. Is I think that's the problem.
I mean,
I don't know.
this is a screwed up form.
But we're the local control board, so we don't have a fee and maybe that's what it means.
Lily may know her hand is up.
I never got a copy of the application.
Lily Trayman, do you have something to say before we vote on this?
All I wanted to say is that the LLC name is spelled incorrectly on the application if there is no E on it. I may be able to edit that when I get to the office tomorrow. I told Cole not to bring me the local payment until he had been approved by you. So if it says local payment false, that can be remedied tomorrow, assuming you approve his application.
I didn't know we had a fee.
There is a whole $70.
Who knew? All right, thank you, Lily. Yes, Matt, I'd like to call the question. All in favor? Approved unanimously. I would take a motion now to close the liquor commission session.
I move to close the Norwich Liquor Commission session and reconvene the select board meeting.
Second, please.
I'll second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in session at 9:28.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, can we take our 5 minutes?
Does that make a request?
Yes.
Could we switch our agenda again and recognition of Wade and
Yes.
move him up to the next?
I think absolutely. Wade.
Well, you can take a
Shall we have a
break.
break? 5 minutes break.
I need a 5-minute break.
I need a drink of water. I forgot my
Yeah, it's
flask of tea.
a little hot.
We need some ventilation.
Geothermal.
Just bring on the. You did hear my pleas for new carpet. It's not on mute now.
Thank you. A second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in executive session at 9:37.
Recording stopped.
We'll go into the outer room or the inner room.
Other thanks on the list.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Have a good night.
Keep care.
What's the agenda? Where's my agenda?
Recording in progress.
Right, may we have a motion to enter public session? So moved. So moved by Mary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in public session at
10:49.
10:49 PM. All right, I think the next thing, although I've lost it, we've got the RFP for the town manager that we skipped over. The tax rate, the finance department, I think, as long as we're moving around here, I think we have to do the tax rate. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
All right, so we will do item number 7 next, setting the tax rate. Brennan, would you like to talk about this?
I certainly can. So I think all the information is in the packet. There's a memo from Joyce stipulating what she believes the tax rate should be set at for the homestead and for the non-homestead. And I guess unless there are specific questions, which I don't know that I could even answer, we could certainly get them answered if there are. I think that's as simple as, yes, these are the tax rates and we'll set them.
Okay. Does anyone have any answers?
I would like to point out that there is some misinformation in the packet. Our tax rate is not going up 14.22% or 34 cents per $100. The only way that would happen is if everybody was billed the homestead and the non-homestead rate on their tax bill, which does not happen. So homestead or residential rate is going up 5.77%, and the non-residential rate is going up 8.45%. So I just don't want people getting all bent out of shape because they think their taxes are going up 14.22% when they're not.
I think when I read it, it was kind of clear that she just added those two things together, and everybody knows that you only get billed one or the other. But it's a good point to state out loud.
I just don't want residents saying, oh my God, the select board voted a 14% increase in our taxes, because we're not.
No, because that's how it's phrased. The net total tax rate increase is
Exactly.
14.22.
What does the motion?
That's what it says.
It's vague. No, what does her motion?
Her motion says, this is not a real motion, okay? We're not, this is an example. To set the fiscal year 2023-24 homestead rate at 0.6649, equal to a school homestead rate of $1, let's see,
I don't have it.
1.9960 plus a town rate of local agreement. This is just going through it all. 0.6025 plus a monetary article rate of 0.0585 plus the Winter County rate of 0.0080 and the non-residential rate at 2.5365 equal to a school non-residential rate of 1.8676 plus the town rate of local agreement of 0.6025 plus the monetary articles rate of. It's like expressing in words what you see in that chart.
Well, I believe that was the way it was done when Herb was here. I remember hearing all those explicit. I think we just set the homestead rate and the non-homestead rate. And, people want the breakdown. It's in the packet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree. I don't think anything else other than an explanation there is what Joyce intended, although that she did put that into the. I think you're talking about two rates. You're talking about a homestead and a non-residential, and it's just the numbers of the total.
Last year we had that motion.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's probably what she.
It was a carryover from when Herb was here. He always wanted all the details in there, and I think it's.
Is there anything wrong with it?
Superfluous.
Well, someone took the time to write something that we could just read down, and kind of all for that. But
Well, the other thing is there's always somebody to criticize and there'll be somebody saying there wasn't enough information. So there was ample information there. Mary, would you like to try it?
I move to set the town of Norwich 2024 fiscal year tax rate at the amount of 2.6649 for the homestead tax and rate and 2.5365 for the non-residential tax rate.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Any more discussion?
Should say dollars, so nobody thinks we're saying percents.
Yeah, let's put the dollar sign in
Okay,
there.
I meant to say dollars.
Friendly amendment. Did you get that, Ralph?
No.
Okay.
It's $2.6649.
We'll start at the beginning, go slowly.
Okay, I move to set the town of Norwich 2024 fiscal year tax rate at the amount of $2. How do we do this decimal? $2.6649 for the homestead rate and $2.5365 for the non-residential rate.
And I second it.
Any more discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. 5 to 11. We have to make a decision how long we want to go tonight. I think we probably have to do the contracts. So shall we move to the engagement letter with the auditors? Yes or no?
Sure.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So in your packet, you have, this is item number 10, you have a proposal. I would just ask, I'm assuming Brennan and Joyce have both read this and found it in order. Yes. Okay. And based on last year's experience, I'm wondering, can we stipulate that management is prepared to carry out all the listed responsibilities?
I don't think we would amend this at this point. So yes.
Okay. Kate? All right. So everyone's read the letter. Does anyone have any questions in addition? All right.
I do have one,
Mary?
just the section that, that mentioned that it's puzzled me, and I did ask Brennan about it. Or this says it's about management override of procedures. Is that just standard language?
That was Joyce's opinion.
It's just standard language.
That is standard language.
And also for the motion, what's the term of this contract or letter?
So this is for the audit of fiscal year 23. So it will be engaged immediately. Once we sign this, they'll begin that process. And I guess it's.
Are we engaging them annually? Not with, because in the past we had 3 or 5 year contracts.
Yeah, but well, for this is just asking for this current year, but I think there is I'm not sure where it is here. There is a couple of years of corresponding agreement with a slight increase every year.
So it asks for the term that's not describing the year that the audit is being, you know, the budget that's being audited is the amount of time they have to take to do it, right?
Right.
Yes.
So what is
The
that?
fiscal year ended June 30, 2023,
So,
in the first paragraph.
so I believe, as Brendan said, we have a contract with this firm, and that this engagement letter, I believe, is more in the spirit of outlining understood roles and relationships between the auditor and like what you're going to turn over to us and like what we're going to do.
And
So-
they confirm the fee.
And but ultimately there's a contract. This is just an engagement. Yeah.
It's just a question about the motion, the way it's phrased.
Oh, I
If it says for the term of, it says something like the task of performing the audit.
Or how about for the fiscal year 24 audit? Is that sufficient?
Okay, well, this is just how it reads, okay? I move to authorize the interim town manager to execute an engagement letter with auditor Sullivan Powers and Company for the term of, and then there's blank. So
Just for the fiscal year.
so leave out term of.
For the fiscal year 2023 audit.
Okay,
2023.
Yeah, fiscal year 23 audit.
Just left.
okay. For,
The FY 23 audit.
right. Okay,
I just made it.
Which term?
Yes.
so we move to, I'll just, can I move it? Yes. I move to authorize the interim town manager to execute an engagement letter with auditors Sullivan, Powers and Company for the fiscal 23 audit. Just do it.
Fiscal year.
Is that good enough?
I'll second.
Do you have that, Ralph?
Yes, it is.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, we're on contracts. So let's go to the contracts for innovative surface solutions. That's item number 12, I believe.
What is that for?
So that is for magnesium chloride,
Oh,
which
okay.
is used for dust control.
Okay, that makes sense. That was in the packet. Yep.
So my question is, Chris's memo and the new agreement talk about a quantity of 10,000 gallons minimum. The original contract that's also in there specified a 17,000 gallon minimum purchase. Then in paragraph 9, the new contract says that ISS has the prerogative to decide that the amount of product being purchased is insufficient and can repossess the storage tank and equipment. And if they decide to repossess, it isn't clear what happens to the product in the tank that we purchased.
I don't really have an
Okay,
answer for that. I know this has been a vendor that we've used continually in the past, so
we have.
I don't envision that they will
Okay.
reclaim their products and tanks and leave it aside and dry.
So last year wasn't the first time. Okay.
What's the time frame for this? A year contract starting today?
It goes into effect July 3rd. It went into effect July 31 of 2020 for 3 years. So it's coming up July 31 of 2023.
It's a new 3-year rental term.
Right.
Okay.
So it's 30.
3 years.
3 years beginning July 31, 2023.
Starting.
I think we're gonna make that fair. Is there someone who's not on mute on the buffer? Yeah. Maybe sorry.
Okay, so I think I can move that if you want.
Yeah. So it'd be like for a 3-year period beginning.
Start, yeah. Move to authorize the interim town manager to execute contract with Innovative Surface Solutions for the period of 3 years, beginning July 31st, 2023.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Roger. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, unanimous. Thank you very much. Our last contract for the night, contract for a better bin application. This is a license and support agreement to for intellectual property. And it is apparently, you can talk more about this, but to help us.
Yeah, so this was something that was brought to you back in December as part of the budgeting process, not to everyone here, but to the select board. And it is, I guess, an instrument that will be used in the transfer station that will provide information about recyclable materials. That's kind of all I know. But it was approved, and so we had a contract sent to us, which our attorneys reviewed, suggested the number of amendments, which Better Bin has agreed to. They also agreed to become a licensed vendor within the state of Vermont. So basically, the money's been budgeted in DPW, and they're just asking us to execute the agreement to begin the use of the product.
And what's the time frame for the use of the product?
I think what we're doing is an annual, so this would be for a year, and there is a ability to exit the contract after the year.
It's an app.
Yeah, it's a small amount of money and it's a.
Right.
Oh, no.
So this is a phone app. Is this going to be for anybody in town who wants to
I
sign
think
up?
it's anybody that uses the transfer station, yes.
Any smart device you can get on your iPad as well.
And they reserve the right to put any kinds of ads on it they want to drive us nuts.
I don't know exactly.
Well, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of bothered me too, because it says they're actually trying to get external advertisers or sponsors. And I was just thinking about that. What do we want to be connected with? You know, Norwich and external people.
I mean, I'm a troglodyte. Everybody knows that. I have no itch. I'm not going to put this thing on my phone. I mean, I don't know. What are we going to do? Put out notices to town. Hey, sign up this super duper app full of ads. You can, use it at the transfer station. I mean, really? I don't know why this is. What's the point of this? It's not a lot of money, but I don't see.
Well,
what's the point?
All I can say is there was a proposal that was made by the, I believe it's Sullivan Waste Committee back in December, where they pitched this as something that they wanted to try to use as a educational piece, I believe.
Is this a one-year
Might have
contract?
been my first week on the job. So that was what the board approved for spending. And this is the contract that goes with the approval of the spending.
Mary?
I think where my hopeful easiest vote is if it can reduce contamination for some of the containers, because the value, which is already low, it's a lot lower if it's contaminated. I don't know if it'll work, and it doesn't appeal to me either, actually. But there might be people that will find it really helpful, or just they've never been to the transfer station before and they're bewildered once they get there of what goes where. It might help.
Does everyone know what it is?
No.
Okay. Do we want to talk about it or no?
It's not at this hour.
Okay, I don't want to talk about it either at this hour.
I think basically it tells you what's recyclable. That's all.
Imagine that.
You scan
the signs on the bins.
I mean, what I'm concerned about is.
But it's not that. I think you scan a product and sometimes you'll be surprised that a certain product is not actually recyclable. So if you buy a non-plastic milk carton, not recyclable, for instance, and you probably won't, and most people don't know that, but they might know it if they scan their app, right? That's just what it is.
I'll probably do it because I spend so much time talking to my husband about what's going to be recycled. But what I'm worried about is who's going to be monitoring this on behalf of the town? Because
what needs to be monitored?
Well, it says, it's only available to residents, and we have to have the ability to execute the intended plans for marketing and promotion. And then they're going to give us analytics and stuff, which is great, but I think we should see that. And then it says, we agree to provide reasonable estimates of changes in contamination. I don't know what the heck that means.
I would like to table this and have the Solid Waste Committee explain to us why they think this is something that we should do.
I think they have done that, and we put it in the budget because of that. I'm just saying.
I have no recollection of that, and I was not on the board, so I can't say that I'm on board for this.
Well, I think
from what I understand here.
Okay, I think if we voted this, and I think we did, then we voted it. The thing that we're talking about now is the contract. And I think all we need to do is decide, do we have the ability to do the things that we're signing off on here?
So I think there is some what they call content creation, right? Like that you need to, if you go to the app, there is some that you need to enter. We would need to designate a representative if it doesn't default, and on the town manager's office to populate that.
What's contamination?
That's when your dumpster has the wrong stuff in it, like cardboard and so full of sand.
So it's meant to respond. It's meant to respond to the particular needs of your transfer station. So like some transfer stations might accept, say, milk cartons. Probably none in Vermont. Only you have to go to Massachusetts. But so they're saying that they'll try to be up to date with whatever it is that we accept, right? Like there may be, they don't accept certain black plastic at most transfer stations, but maybe some do. Maybe we have a mechanism for that. Some single use plastics, some recycling assets. So if you scan let's say I don't know the fidelity of the app, but if you scan a single use plastic and it says yes, and it might not be the case. And so what they're telling you is they try to keep up with whatever the latest and greatest is, but they make no claims that they're going to be 100%.
Well, it's hard to find it in the budget. I don't see it in the budget.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but
So
what I'm just wanting to know here is this going to be something that the committee is going to monitor and do all the things that are in the contract? Or is the expectation that the town manager?
I have no interest in monitoring.
Yes.
So my guess is that this was as presented by the solid waste committee, what they want to do. And they will be the manager of this.
should we make that assumption?
I think we should take Pam's advice and table it and have them come and tell us why this is a good idea.
And tell us that they're ready to monitor this and take full responsibility, or we don't do it.
Okay, so
Table this one.
is there a motion to table this?
So moved.
Yeah.
Say the motion, please.
I move to table the Better Bin application, contract for the Better Bin application.
Well, second.
I'll download the app and try it out with Lebanon. Lebanon is on there.
Let's take a vote.
Pam and Mary seconded. And any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Brennan, can you ask these fellows?
I sure can.
Thank you. All right. Now it is 11:10. We have the opportunity to table things and come back. I think perhaps the finance department session we should go through.
I'd like to do that tonight.
All right. So would anyone agree to tabling everything else other than the update on the finance department?
And why do we need an update on the finance department tonight?
You'll find out in the executive session.
If I go.
If you go.
So I move to table all remaining agenda items, save the finance director executive session update.
Okay. That'll do. That was by Roger. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mary. All in favor? Call the question. Priscilla?
Yep.
Pam?
No.
Yeah.
No. Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Motion passes with one abstention.
Everyone no.
No.
I mean, one no. I apologize. I'm tired. All right, next, let's have a motion if we can, the first motion for this executive session.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Priscilla. Call the question. Priscilla? Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Unanimous. Second motion, please.
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A1A to discuss the finance department and possible contract or contracts and to invite the interim town manager.
Do we have a second?
Second again.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in executive session at
11:12.
11:12. Okay.
He probably gets up at 11 o'clock. He's saying, no.
I felt at the respectable hour.
I woke up at 5:30. I'm getting real tired.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. May we have a motion to return to public session? So moved. So moved by Mary. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. And no more business is in front of us. I will accept a motion to adjourn. To adjourn. Second by Pam. All in favor?
Oh, yeah.
Aye. Roger, did I get you?
Yes.
Unanimous. We are adjourned at
11:34.
11:34. Thank you, everyone.
And Ralph thinks it's time to go to